Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills commons, resuming debate at report stage of C-36, Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
I'm very pleased to voice my support for Bill C-36, the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act. As we all know, Bill C-36 would fill the gap created by the Supreme Court of Canada's decision in the Bedford decision, which would result in decriminalization of most adult prostitution-related activities if Bill C-36 is not enforced before the expiry of the Court's one-year suspension. I note with deep appreciation that both Houses of Common Justice Committee and the Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs have studied the bill during the summer recess in recognition of the Supreme Court's one-year time limit. We have heard numerous criticisms of Bill C-36 from those people who oppose its approach, an approach that reflects a fundamental paradigm shift towards the treatment of prostitution as a form of sexual exploitation by victimizing those who fuel the demand for prostitution and continuing to criminalize those who capitalize on that demand. These criticisms include that the bill does not respect the Bedford decision, that's assertion one, that it should be referred to the Supreme Court of Canada for determination of its constitutionality, assertion two, and ultimately that the Bedford decision requires decriminalization of adult prostitution, assertion three. I propose to address each of these three assertions in turn, Mr. Speaker. Assertion one, Bill C-36 does not respect Bedford. In Bedford, the Supreme Court of Canada defined the objectives of the three impunged prostitution offences narrowly as addressing primarily nuisance aspects of prostitution rather than its harms. In doing so, it came to the conclusion that the effect of these offences was either grossly disproportionate with overbroad respect to its objectives because they prevented sellers of sexual services from taking steps to protect themselves when engaging in a risky but legal activity. Specifically, existing provisions do not permit selling sexual services from fixed indoor locations, which was found to be the safest way to sell sex, hiring legitimate bodyguards, or negotiating safer conditions for the sale of sexual services in public places. Bill C-36 comprehensively responds to these concerns. First, it articulates its new elevated objectives in its preamble. No longer would the law focus on addressing the nuisance aspects of prostitution. Bill C-36 is clearly targeted at addressing the exploitation involved in the practice and the harms it causes to those involved, to communities, and to society at large, by normalizing a practice that targets those who are disadvantaged, including those of gender, race, youth, poverty, or a history of abuse. Second, the scope of Bill C-36 proposed new modernized offences is consistent with its objectives. Bill C-36 primarily targets the purchasers, those who fuel the demand for prostitution, and third parties, those who capitalize on that demand. Moreover, the proposed purchasing offence makes the prostitution transaction illegal. No longer would prostitution be a legal activity. Bill C-36 also immunizes from prosecution those who are viewed as the vulnerable party to that illegal transaction, the sellers. Only in certain very narrow circumstances would that group be held criminally liable where their actions harm other vulnerable members of society, our children. The Justice Committee narrowed the proposed communicating offence to apply only where communications for the purpose of selling sexual services occur in public places that are or are next to locations designated for use by children, namely school grounds, playgrounds, and daycare centres. The Senate Committee heard from this narrow defence clearly delineates the parameters of criminal liability, and it strikes the right balance between the protection of the sellers and the protection of children who could be drawn into prostitution through exposure to the practice or harmed by dangerous refuse left behind, such as condoms and syringes. Furthermore, Bill C-36 does not prevent the implementation of certain safety measures noted in Bedford. Specifically, Bill C-36 does not prevent selling sexual services from a fixed indoor location, hiring legitimate bodyguards, or negotiating safer conditions for the sale of sexual services in public places other than in those three child-specified locations I have already mentioned. This does not mean that Bill C-36 facilitates or authorizes the sale of sexual services. On the contrary, just as the bill seeks to reduce the purchase of sexual services, so it also seeks to reduce the sale of those services. But while we work towards achieving the bill's objectives, those who remain subject to prostitution should not be prevented from taking the measures that the Supreme Court of Canada found to be the most safety-enhancing. Some witnesses before the two committees found this approach contradictory and therefore constitutionally suspect. I cannot agree. In my view, this approach recognizes the power imbalance that often accompanies the prostitution transaction. In too many cases, this transaction does not involve two consenting autonomous individuals. Asymmetry in the application of the criminal law to the prostitution transaction recognizes that so often prostitution involves the purchase of sexual acts by those with money and power from those with little money and less power. In particular, prostitutional elements who are primarily the purchasers of sexual services paid access to female bodies, thereby demeaning and degrading the human dignity of all women and girls by entrenching a clearly gendered practice in Canadian society. Assertion 2. Bill C-36 should be referred to the Supreme Court of Canada. This brings me to the assertion that Bill C-36, a referral to the Supreme Court of Canada for constitutional analysis. I stress that the Bedford case constitutes a constitutional analysis on these very issues, and I have just referred to the many ways in which the decision influenced the development of the bill. Moreover, we have heard academics tell the two committees that constitutional cases need a solid evidentiary foundation as to the effects of the legislation, and the evidence adduced in Bedford does not provide that record in respect to Bill C-36, which has different objectives and proposes new prostitution offences. In short, it would be premature to ask the Supreme Court of Canada for its constitutional analysis at this stage. But I note that the Minister of Justice has tabled a technical paper with both parliamentary committees that summarizes the evidence relied upon in the development of Bill C-36. The technical paper is also available on the department's website. Assertion 3. The Bedford case requires, Assertion 3, Bedford requires decriminalization. Finally, there are those who claim that Bedford stands for the proposition that the law must allow the purchase and sale of sexual services in fixed indoor locations. The employment of bodyguards, receptionists, and others who may enhance safety in all public communications for the purpose of selling or purchasing sexual services. But this reading of Bedford case ignores the fact that the court analyzed the three impunged provisions in their existing legal context. This context makes adult prostitution a legal activity and, as held in Bedford, reduces the objectives of existing prostitutional-related offences to combating primarily the nuisance effects of prostitution. Moreover, this interpretation of Bedford ignores the Supreme Court of Canada's clear statement that Parliament is not precluded from imposing limits where and how prostitution may be conducted. Those who read Bedford as requiring decriminalization appear to have forgotten the premise of the Supreme Court of Canada's analysis. Prostitution is currently a legal activity. In that context, the court found that sellers cannot be prevented from implementing safety measures. But Bedford does not stand for the proposition that prostitution must be recognized as work like any other, and that those involved in the trade, be they sellers, so-called managers, or third parties. Bill C-36 fundamentally alters the premise on which the Supreme Court of Canada's constitutional analysis was based. It makes prostitution illegal because it is too dangerous and poses too great a harm to those involved, the communities in which it is practiced, and society at large, to entrench as a form of work recognized by law. Bill C-36 posits that doing so would increase the sex trade and concomitantly increase the risk of vulnerable persons being drawn into it. The Bedford case does not preclude such an approach. Rather, it opens the doors to it. Bill C-36 is a welcome change to the criminal law approach to prostitution. It recognizes that entrenching prostitution as a legitimate profession by facilitating through decriminalization would result in more vulnerable persons being drawn to it. I do not think that this is the type of society to which we should aspire. I implore my fellow parliamentarians to stand with those who have been subjugated to this prostitution by force or through lack of meaning options, some of whom courageously testified before the committee and were silenced by prostitution suppression. I ask you to all stand with me in support of this bill, which was specifically developed to protect vulnerable persons from oppression. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is certainly a subject that has captured the interest of many people across Canada, and I remember near the end of the summer having a number of ladies visit me in my office and urging me to support this bill. They're very concerned about the protection, especially of women and girls. One of the things that many constituents have also suggested is that we should just legalize it, and that would end the problem. And I was just wondering if my colleague, the parliamentary secretary, could to give some feedback from other jurisdictions that have used various models. We've sometimes heard in this House about the so-called Swedish model. We've heard about legalization. And I would be interested in helping myself and my constituents understand better what the implications are and what the implications have been for those jurisdictions that have actually gone ahead with legalization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his very relevant question. Studies which have been conducted on other countries which have legalized, decriminalized prostitution, New Zealand, Australia, Holland, Germany, have found that in cases where it has been legalized, there has been a direct increase of human trafficking. There has also been a huge increase in the number of very violent crimes against the sex workers. So those who are more vulnerable because of legalization have become increasingly more vulnerable. However, in the case of Sweden, which was the Nordic model, which we drew some of the best parts and, of course, formed our own Canadian model, what was found was that the number of sex offenses decreased, the number of workers withdrew, there was social programs put in place to help those who want to withdraw from it, and there was notably a decrease in the sex trade, which is what, of course, we're trying to do with this very bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague across the way. I was wondering if, in his opinion, with this bill, if a person is very heavily handicapped or disabled and looks to an escort for services, does that person become a criminal? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, that's a rather unusual set of circumstances, but I don't think there is any exception for a person who's disabled under the code. In any case, it would be illegal to purchase those services in Canada. The goal is to protect vulnerable persons because we know this is a very dangerous activity. Questions and comments?
You know, one of the criticisms at this government has been its general attitude to dealing with some of the social issues in communities. In Winnipeg North, for example, there's many entry points where individuals will get involved, whether it's prostitution, drugs, other issues, very strong social concerns. And the question I have for the member is, and maybe he can explain why it is that the Government of Canada seems not to want to, in a tangible way, they talk about $20 million over X number of years, but it's really fallen short. Why not support our communities by being more proactive, by looking at ways in which we can prevent our young people in particular from getting into activities such as prostitution, the selling of drugs, some of those minor crimes, invest in our young people? Why is that not happening with this government?
Hear, hear. Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you for the question. Well, certainly on the topic of prostitution, what this government is committed to do is to initially, and I do say initially, invest $20 million over 5 years to develop programs to withdraw those who are willingly want to withdraw from the area of prostitution. And when it comes to protecting the most vulnerable, obviously our children, what we've done is we struck a balance, and what we've made it actually an offence to sell the sexual services in areas where children could be available, because we do not want to expose them to use condoms or to an otherwise unacceptable social activity.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise in this House today in order to speak to Bill C-36, which is an act to amend the Criminal Code in response to the Supreme Court of Canada decision in Attorney General of Canada versus Bedford, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. As you know, Mr. Speaker, in December 2013, this Supreme Court unanimously decided that the Criminal Code imposes dangerous conditions on sex workers, and therefore goes against the Charter of Freedom. And because living off the avails of prostitution and communicating for purposes of prostitutions, and making that illegal rather, breaches their rights of safety and security. This bill, therefore, is supposed to respond to the Bedford decision, but in reality it is doing the opposite. We in the NDP consulted a great number of legal experts and various stakeholders, sex workers, as well as other authorities concerned by or affected by this legislation, including some 75 witnesses at committee. And a majority of them told us, the great majority of them indicated that they do not believe that this bill is a step in the right direction. Unfortunately, this bill has many problems, and in a nutshell, it causes sex workers to be even more in danger because they will find themselves more isolated. They really will find themselves in the streets and in alleyways because it increases stigmatization, and this bill does not take into consideration the opinions of the experts consulted, nor that of the sex workers themselves. And because it will also harm the process of negotiation between sex workers and clients. And on top of all of that, and as a result of all of that, this bill is judged by experts to be unconstitutional, given the Bedford decision of 2013. So, the Conservatives want a bill under which prostitutes will have to work in the streets without having the option of taking any security precautions. I'd like to read an open letter written by over 200 legal experts in Canada that is imploring the Canadian government to find this bill unconstitutional. So they say, the bill, C-36, proposes a legal regime that affects several areas of adult prostitution, including the negotiation of adults in this negotiation. And as it is set out in Bedford, a unanimous decision of the Supreme Court, 3 of the current provisions in the criminal code are unconstitutional now under Section 7 of the Charter, because it affects the rights of sex workers to safety and security of their person. The court found that these sections exacerbate the working conditions that are dangerous already for sex workers, and therefore prevents them to take the necessary means to reduce or minimize the actual risks that they are facing. We are very concerned by the regime put forward in C-36, which is likely to be found to not respect the Charter and its articles under Constitution. So the communication for sexual services, the old sections rather would have the same as the new ones, and would only shift the sex workers into more isolated areas, and they'd be less likely to be seen by police. So such criminalization would undermine their ability to negotiate the terms of their transactions with their clients, because there would be pressures on the part of the client to proceed as rapidly as possible. This would also limit their access to police protection, because as long as sex workers fear the presence of police, this will be the case. Moreover, sex workers will continue to be prevented from operating in safe areas indoors because they risk being arrested for doing that. And the criminalization of clients for the purchase of sexual purposes is something else that undermines the safety of the workers. And this will reproduce the effects of the current legislation, which means that they will result in the same results of the Bedford decision. C-36 also proposes a provision that would prohibit the advertisement of sexual services. And this, again, undermines their ability to be able to work in safety indoors. This would limit their ability to communicate with their potential clients. This is very troubling because the court clearly found in Bedford that the ability to be able to function indoors is critical to reduce the risk of violence that these workers face. We are also concerned by the ban on offering sexual services in a public area. This continues to criminalize both all the sex workers who work in the street, and these people are the most marginalized in the industry. This is only slightly less restrictive than what we saw in Bedford. This would have the same effect of displacing these sex workers into isolated areas where they will be even more susceptible and less likely to be seen by the police, and where they will not have the time to screen their clients. So that's the end of that letter that I wanted to read. And it is signed by over 200 experts in this field, which explains very clearly why we will not be able to support this bill. It is easily found online, Pivot Legal Society online. And this is an organization that works on the root causes of poverty and social exclusion in Canada. And it attempts to help these people. So whatever the personal beliefs of my colleagues across the way in this House, we all have to agree that we must meet with the requirements of the Bedford decision. What we can see in this letter is that the measures put forward in this bill go against that. We have to guarantee the safety of sex workers as the court asked in Bedford. But it is clear that this bill does the opposite. This bill treats sex workers like criminals and puts their safety at risk. On top of that, this bill is unconstitutional, as so many of the government's bills are. Too often, these are bills that put the safety of people who are already the most marginalized and vulnerable in Canada at risk, whether it's women, Aboriginals, refugees, people from the LGBT community, or others. Again and again, the Conservatives try to protect people that they feel are victims, but when they do that by marginalizing so many others at the same time. They take away people's right to do what they want to do for themselves, and everyone in Canada has the right to live a life without violence or without the risk of violence. So it is our duty to consider at-risk populations and help them to decrease those risks. The law, or Bill C-36 rather, undermines all of those duties, and by increasing the risks of death and violence for one of the populations in this country that is most at risk. The opinions of the experts are almost unanimous on this. The Conservative government has not only failed in its efforts to draft a bill that is adequate, they also confront us with the very disturbing idea that they are purposefully putting the lives of these sex workers at risk, and therefore I ask all of my colleagues in this House to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my colleague with interest, and it's interesting that she heard just recently the response of our parliamentary secretary in response to a question that I posed regarding the experience of other jurisdictions that have actually implemented some form of what we sometimes refer to as the Nordic model. And it's clear that the bill we have before us is crafted after that, but yet it's a huge improvement over that. And I'm wondering how she can ignore the lived experience of communities, of jurisdictions, of other nations who have gone a different route and have experienced a rise in prostitution, and those who have implemented a variation of the Nordic model have seen a decrease and an increase in safety for women and girls that are vulnerable to this traffic. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to see that my colleague did not really listen to my speech. Indeed, he thinks that this is a Nordic model, but that's not true at all. In fact, what we're doing is criminalizing women by taking away the means that they have to make their work safer. Our priority is the safety and security of sex workers, and that's not what the Conservatives are doing with C-36. They are moving exactly in the opposite direction of what the Supreme Court asked for in Bedford, where they rejected 3 provisions of the criminal code. We feel this bill puts sex workers in even greater danger, and it is criminalizing these men and women. It's putting them even more at risk, and this is completely in the wrong direction from what they should be doing to help these people in this profession. They are doing the opposite of what it should be done, and it's horrible to see this government again and again move against the Supreme Court to marginalize yet again the lives of some Canadians.
For Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is because of the Bedford Supreme Court ruling that ultimately we have legislation before us today. And one of the challenges that this government has failed to meet is the whole issue of future constitutional challenges with regards to the current legislation. If it were, in fact, to become law, our understanding, of course, is that when we've asked for the legal opinions to support that the legislation that is being provided is in fact constitutionally sound, that it would in fact pass. The response we get is actually very negative. In presentations at the committee stage, from what I understand, we had lawyer after lawyer suggesting that this current legislation will not pass constitutional scrutiny. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide some thoughts on the importance that when the House of Commons passes legislation, that there should be some sense that it will meet constitutional requirements.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clear that we should not have to read letters signed by 200 lawyers in the House here saying that a government bill goes against the Supreme Court decision. This is a government that doesn't know how to work with the court and doesn't know how to work along with Canadian laws. They have no respect for the court. They say that they're all for law and order, but that's clearly not the case. We in the NDP want to work progressively to ensure that we develop a comprehensive strategy to support the men and women who work in these professions and give them self-determination. That's what's important, to be able to get them out of situations where they are at risk, Mr. Speaker. And once again, we have seen this federal government do the contrary and marginalize Canadians and our permanent residents and refugees and members of the trans communities and others. They are always putting Canadians at risk. It's terrible. We need a new government. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Orléans.
Debate on Bill C-36, the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act. This bill would ensure that the Supreme Court of Canada's Bedford decision does not result in the decriminalization of most prostitution-related activities when the Supreme Court's one-year suspension expires on December 20th. The Comité Permanent.
Both the House of Commons Committee on Justice and Human Rights and the Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs studied Bill C-36 this summer and heard from numerous witnesses, many of whom agree that decriminalization of prostitution would result in an increase in the exploitation of some of the most vulnerable groups in our society.
I've heard much about the proposed prostitution reforms of Bill C-36. These reforms reflect a fundamental paradigm shift toward treatment of prostitution for what it is, a form of sexual exploitation of primarily women and girls. We know that those who suffer socioeconomic disadvantage are targeted by prostitution. We know that prostitution involves high rates of violence and trauma. The committees have heard those stories from courageous survivors who came forth to tell their stories, stories that are supported by relevant research. And so this bill responds to this evidence. Its objectives are to reduce the incidence of prostitution, discourage entry into it, deter participation in it, and ultimately abolish it to the greatest extent possible. Cependant,
But Bill C-36 contains other related amendments as well. I'd like to focus on those aspects of the bill.
prostitution is linked to human trafficking. In fact, research shows that jurisdictions that have decriminalized or legalized prostitution have larger sex industries and experience higher rates of human trafficking for sexual exploitation. And this is not surprising. Allowing the purchase and sale of sexual services results in an increase in demand for those services. And an increase in demand results in an increase in supply. Research tells us who is at risk of meeting that demand: society's most vulnerable, those who are disadvantaged by sex, youth, poverty, race, drug addiction, a history of abuse. This group is equally vulnerable to the coercive practices of those who would exploit them for their own gain.
Prostitution and human trafficking exist along a continuum. For example, a person may decide to sell their own sexual services to pay rent, feed their children, or just survive.
May be recruited or forced to work for those who would exploit them. Or she may seek out the protective services of those same people, thinking that they will protect her when engaged in an inherently dangerous activity. Le problème.
The concern is that it's in the economic interests of those so-called protectors to exploit the prostitution of those they claim to protect. And so what may have originally been conceived of as a mutually beneficial relationship can quickly become exploitative and abusive.
Coercive practices to keep their victims providing the services from which they profit. They threaten their victims and their victims' families. They assault, they sexually assault, and forcibly confine them. They leave their victims with no choice other than to provide the services demanded of them. La réforme proposée.
Bill C-36's reforms would assist in preventing this trajectory by criminalizing those who fuel the demand for commercial sexual services and those who capitalize on that demand.
Conduct becomes human trafficking-related conduct. The bill would increase the penalties to ensure that traffickers are held to account for the horrific human rights abuses in which they engage. Plus précisément,
Specifically, Bill C-36 would impose mandatory minimum penalties anytime a person commits any of the human trafficking offenses against a child.
although the Criminal Code currently imposes mandatory minimal penalties for trafficking children, it does not impose MMPs for receiving a material benefit from child trafficking or for withholding or destroying documents to facilitate child trafficking. Bill C-36 would fill this gap. MMPs of 2 years and 1 year would apply to this conduct, respectively, which is consistent with the MMPs proposed for child prostitution. And this bill would also impose MMPs for the offense that prohibits human trafficking. A person convicted of human trafficking would receive a minimum sentence of 5 years if they committed kidnapping, aggravated assault, or aggravated sexual assault, or if they caused the death of the victim, and 4 years in all other cases.
This is consistent with existing penalties for child trafficking of 6 and 5 years in these same circumstances. Bill C-36 properly addresses the continuum of criminal behavior associated with the provision of sexual services for consideration.
May and does result in human trafficking for sexual exploitation underscores the importance of prohibiting prostitution. The bill ensures that the penalties for all of these related offences are commensurate with the harmful conduct they censure. Le projet de loi
Bill C-36 would also amend the definition of weapon in Section 2 of the Criminal Code.
Would ensure that offenders who possess weapons of restraint, such as handcuffs, rope, or duct tape, with the intent to commit an offence, or who use such weapons to commit a violent offence, are held to account. Specifically, the amendment would clarify that, premièrement,
First, possession of a weapon of restraint with intent to commit an offense constitutes criminal conduct under the offense prohibiting possession of weapon with intent to commit an offense. And
using a weapon of restraint to commit an assault or sexual assault constitutes criminal conduct under the offense prohibiting assault with a weapon or the offense prohibiting sexual assault with a weapon, depending on the facts of the case. This approach would provide greater protection to all victims of these offences, including those who sell their own sexual services. We know that sexual assault and assault are offences to which sellers of sexual services are particularly vulnerable.
Bill C-36 is more than just a response to the Bedford decision. It's also a response to the complex web of criminal conduct associated with prostitution.
It provides law enforcement with powerful tools to address the many safety and societal concerns posed by prostitution. Plus important.
More importantly, it sends a strong message that Canada does not tolerate a practice that targets the most vulnerable in our society and places them at risk of suffering unspeakable and unimaginable human rights abuses.
Et à imaginer contre les droits de la personne. Bill C-36 clarifies that it is not acceptable for those with money and power to buy sexual services from those without money and power. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of this message and of a society that doesn't tolerate the many harms and abuses associated with prostitution. So it's no surprise that I stand in support of Bill C-36. Thank you.
Hearing commentary, l'honorable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gaspésie et de la Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Ottawa-Orleans for his speech. I don't share his point of view, but unfortunately the bill before us doesn't respond to the Supreme Court decision. That decision dealt with women's safety and not with criminalizing prostitution. The member for Moncton Riverview, the parliamentary secretary, was saying that this doesn't prevent women from working as prostitutes off the street. As we saw in the Supreme Court decision, off the street is not necessarily a safe place. It doesn't just because they're not working the street doesn't mean they're working in a healthy, safe place. Does the member agree with the NDP leader who said that this bill should better reflect the Supreme Court decision and not just deal with criminalizing prostitution? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Ottawa-Orleans. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, this bill does not criminalize individuals who work in the sex trade. What it criminalizes is the pimps, people who take advantage of the vulnerable. I've been here for almost 9 years now, and in all that time, I've tried to help the most vulnerable. And I don't understand people in the official opposition refusing to see that the most vulnerable in society are those who have to sell their bodies. They're not the ones this bill criminalizes. It's people who impose on them, take advantage of them. When I was a city councillor, I was against the objectification of women, and here in Parliament, I intend to do the same. Questions and comments?
Mr. Speaker, and I just shake my head at the member's comments because, yes, he's talking about that this is not criminalize those individuals that are involved in the sex trade. That is true. However, the end result of this legislation is certainly going to put their safety and security at extreme risk. This is the reality. The Minister of Justice, when he was announcing this bill, said something along the lines, Mr. Speaker, that prostitution ends here. With this piece of legislation? Are they dreaming in Technicolor, Mr. Speaker? This will drive the trade underground, and it will risk the safety and security of those individuals, and the government is failing to look at that particular point.
The honourable member for Ottawa Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, I fail to understand why the objectification of women should be a proposal here in this House. We are trying to protect the most vulnerable people in society, and we're doing this not by punishing them, but by punishing all those who profit from their misery all around them. And I would wish that the ideology of those who want to objectify women would get out of the way and help us to do this and protect them.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Malpac.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just before I restart my remarks, my gosh, wouldn't it be great if we could just legislate love and friendliness and so on? Wouldn't it be great? You know, you can't just pass a bill and things happen out there. There's a real world. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, the subject at hand is Bill C-36, and I want to just touch on the first three key points in the summary. This enactment amends the criminal code to, among other things, A, create an offence that prohibits purchasing sexual services or communicating in any place for that purpose. B, create an offence subject to several exceptions that prohibits receiving a material benefit that derived from the commission of an offence referred to in paragraph A. And C, create an offence that prohibits the advertisement of sexual services offered for sale, and to authorize the courts to order the seizure of materials containing such advertisements and their removal from the Internet. And then there's several other sections, but I just wanted to mention that, Mr. Speaker, to be sure that we understood where we're at. And by way of background, Mr. Speaker, I think it's critical to reference the now famous Bedford case, the reason, in fact, why we are here today. The criminal code outlawed communicating in public for the purpose of prostitution, living on the avails of prostitution, and lastly, operating a brothel. In its landmark case, a group of sex workers brought forth a charter challenge arguing that those three aforementioned provisions of the criminal code put, in the view of sex workers, their safety and security at risk, therefore violating their charter rights. In its landmark decision last December, the Supreme Court of Canada agreed with those sex workers and consequently struck down those 3 criminal code provisions, determining that they violated Section 7 of the Charter, which protects life, liberty, and security of the person. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court suspended that ruling from coming into force for a period of 1 year in order to give Parliament the opportunity to enact new legislation if it chose to do so. And this past June, the Attorney General introduced this bill, Bill C-36. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know over the course of the summer, and I want to spell this out in the beginning, there's been, and this has never happened before, I'm sure, some confusion over the Liberal position. So let me be clear. Let me be clear. We do not favour the legalization of prostitution. My colleague, the member for Charlottetown, made clear that the government will do basically what it will because it controls the majority in both the House and the Senate. And all of us know in this place that's what happens. We've seen the committee hearings, and the government seems to be taking the position of going full speed ahead on the optics rather than the detail of what this new law may or may not do. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, this will actually, what we have before us today, will put the new law in the same place as the old law. And that is because the government would not refer it to the Supreme Court. It'll eventually be challenged to go there. And again, we'll be back in here in another Parliament at another date trying to pass a law on this subject again. And there's been a fair bit of discussion, Mr. Speaker, on this, that's for sure. I've had many people, including sex workers and those that represent sex workers, in my office talking about their concerns. And I can tell you that constituents in my riding are certainly on both sides of the issue, some thinking the government's proposal is not bad, others thinking it's absolutely terrible. But I can certainly tell you this, that sex workers who are in the business, some of them by desire and some not, are very afraid, extremely afraid, where this bill leaves them, and that is they're afraid for their safety and security. In my view, Mr. Speaker, the government did not do the in-depth consultations necessary in the beginning. They consult, as they usually do, with those that tend to agree with their approach to criminal justice. Nor did the government, I believe, based on what we have before us today, and I went through some of the committee minutes, nor did the government listen to the witnesses that appeared before the committee, because we have virtually the same bill as that went to committee, and there was a lot of good suggestions coming out of that committee, and none of them were really listened to. Mr. Speaker, it's a little off track, but I had the opportunity this summer to attend a number of Canada U.S. meetings with the Justice Centre of the Council of State Governments. And what I find remarkable about some of the states is they are taking a different approach to justice. And I want to read you one section that's in their papers called Reducing Recidivism and Curbing Correction Costs Through Justice Reinvestment, but it applies to our approach in Canada to criminal justice. And this is what they say. Quote, a number of those states have responded with justice reinvestment strategies to reduce correction costs, revise sentencing policies, and increase public safety. Justice reinvestment is a data-driven approach that ensures that policymaking is based on a comprehensive analysis of criminal justice data and the latest research about what works to reduce crime, end of quote. The reason I read that, Mr. Speaker, is this bill is going the opposite direction. It's based on optics, not detail. I see you're about to stand up for question period. I'll finish later. Thank you.
Yes, order. I apologize. I need to interrupt The member from Alpaca, time for government orders has expired. He will have 3 minutes remaining in his speech when this matter returns after question period. Déclaration de députés, statements by members. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to highlight an outstanding 16-year-old Army cadet from my riding. His name and rank is Master Warrant Officer Radley Kolb of the Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry in Estevan. Radley spent most of July and a few days in August at the Canadian Forces Base in Trenton, Ontario this summer, successfully making 5 parachute jumps from a plane at 1,250 feet to accomplish his paratrooper certification. He is the first person from Estevan in more than 40 years to successfully complete the paratroopers program and is now the only person in Saskatchewan with this certification. What an accomplishment for this young cadet in the short 6 years he's been with the Army Cadets. With the paratrooper certification, this will help put Radley another step closer to his dream of a career in the Canadian military. Again, I would like to congratulate Master Warrant Officer Radley Kolb on his accomplishment and wish him a great success in his future with the Canadian military. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Juan-de-Fuda.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the annual Police and Peace Officer Memorial that will be held in Ottawa this Sunday, in which I will be honoured to attend representing the official opposition. As NDP Public Safety critic, I want to thank today all those who serve our communities as police and peace officers for the work they do each and every day to make our communities safer. I want to pay special tribute in the House today to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice and lost their lives in the line of duty in the past year. On Sunday, we will be paying tribute not only to the 3 RCMP officers brutally murdered in New Brunswick earlier this year, Constable Douglas J. Larch, Constable Dave J. Ross, and Constable Fabrice G. Javaudin, but also to Toronto Police Constable John Zivchik and Saskatchewan Conservation Officer Justin A. Nackstead, who were also killed in the line of duty since the last memorial. Though every name we add to this list of honour is one too many, this year we truly have too many names to add. I am sure that other members of the House will want to join me in extending our deepest sympathies to the families and friends of these Canadian heroes.
Hear, 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 hear.
The honourable member for Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, it's been nearly 3 weeks since Kashmir was struck by the devastating floods. Reports indicate that at least 480 people have died in this disaster, and some say that this is the worst flooding in decades. Indian and Pakistani officials have been working diligently to address the situation. However, much work is still needed. Quick action is needed to contain any possible outbreak of waterborne disease, which can significantly aggravate the already dire humanitarian situation. Mr. Speaker, Canada stands ready to assist in addressing this humanitarian tragedy. I would like to express my sincere condolences to the family and friends of those who have passed away in this tragic disaster. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, there are few issues more crucial for Canada as a welcoming nation than to succeed in integrating the new arrivals who come here from across the world. Sometimes these immigrants are disoriented and must be welcomed by the community. And this integration would be impossible without exemplary volunteer organizations on the front lines. For example, Entraide Bois de Boulogne, a non-profit organization in my riding of Saint-Laurent-Cartierville, which helps immigrants from everywhere, especially the Middle East, and which is celebrating its 50th anniversary. I know that all my colleagues in this House will join me in commending and thanking the administration and the volunteers of Entraide Bois de Boulogne for this half a century of dedication. Thank you for every family you have helped out, every child who you've helped study, and for all the work that you do. And thank you for Entraide Bois de Boulogne for having embodied these beautiful words of Amin Malouf. The more you impregnate yourself with the culture of the homeland, the more you will impregnate your own. Thank you.
South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise in this House today to share the recent launch of a book in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's entitled Firefighters of Lunenburg County, The Greatest Volunteer Success Story. Back in April 2013, I had the honour of announcing funding of $25,000 for this project through the New Horizons for Seniors program. And this book is certainly one of the many tangible results of what New Horizons for Seniors funding can achieve. The Book Project Steering Committee and its team of volunteers were able to capture and celebrate the history of our local fire departments in Lunenburg County, paying tribute to the many men and women, both firefighters and auxiliary members, who built and continue to maintain our volunteer fire departments. This book includes terrific photos and touching stories, and a very attractive and professional coffee table book. As Member of Parliament for South Shore St. Margaret's, I want to extend my sincere gratitude for the efforts and contributions made by our volunteer firefighters and auxiliary members, both past and present.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, in July and September, Trois-Rivières was hosted two swearing-in ceremonies that allowed over 200 immigrants from across the globe to become Canadian citizens. Of course, their pride to be finally integrated into Canadian society was heartwarming to see, and they were also proud of having chosen Trois-Rivières and the Mauricie region to begin this new chapter in their lives. Of course, I too was delighted to be able to finally say, welcome home. But we all know that people cannot integrate without having access to the labor market. Therefore, I hope that, like people who have worked with me over the past years, people like Boivin, Dowd, Vézina, and Lupien, will also be able to work with Chevaugerie, Verbeek, Tauré, and Carcache. That is why I am calling on all the employers in my riding to be open. Don't let yourself be stopped by a name that you might have trouble pronouncing the first time. And then together we will win this wager for the development of a more prosperous and inclusive society. Thank you.
For Mississauga, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, on this day in 1960, Cuban leader Fidel Castro announced his support for the then USSR. From that day forward, the world watched as the USSR expanded and positioned itself as a threat to the Western world, with an ally particularly close to Canadian and U.S. shores. My family and millions of others lived through the horrors of communism in Europe, Mr. Speaker. And we now see the threat of expansionist Russia through the continuing hostilities in Ukraine, and allies in Eastern Europe are likewise concerned. This is a seminal moment in Ukrainian history, and the people of Ukraine need good neighbors and honest brokers to step up and speak up. I'm proud to be a part of a team that is stepping up and denouncing the actions of a very aggressive Russian state.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday our Prime Minister addressed the United Nations General Assembly, where he focused on Canada's global leadership to end the preventable deaths of mothers and children within a generation. In his address, he noted the tremendous progress that the world has made to save the lives of the world's most vulnerable through significant financial commitments and strategic partnerships. This, of course, was generated through Canadian-led 2010 Muskoka Initiative, and then the 2014 Saving Every Woman, Every Child Within Arm's Reach, and that was in Toronto. Mr. Speaker, there's very inexpensive things that are making an enormous difference, from training birth attendants to small kits, 50 cents for a small kit that reduces infections in children, newborns, and mothers, to vitamin A tablets, significant impact on morbidity, mortality, 4 cents a year. Mr. Speaker, in the words of our Prime Minister, we have seen success, we have momentum. Saving the lives of children and mothers is a fight we can win.
The Honourable Member for Argenté, Papineau, Mirabel. I am very pleased to be able to underline the work of a group of 8 farmers who have been working to create a new apple called Rosinette. This new type of apple is now grown in several orchards in HoC, including the Cœur de Pomme orchard and the Jus de Pomme orchard, as well as elsewhere in Quebec. La Rosinette is thanks to the initiative of farmers from here, and it is available to us thanks to the La Pomme de Demain group. Those are people who work to create and diversify apple growing. I am very proud of these farmers who provide us with nutritional food and who are at the basis of who form the basis of sustainable farming in our communities. The La Rosinette will be sold in Quebec this fall, and the Montrealers can go to the Jean Talon market and buy it at Chez Les Villeneuve. I would like to underscore that the inception of this project is due to Roland Joannin from Saint-Joseph-du-Lac. Thank you.
L'honorable député de notre...
Honorable Member for Lumière, Chute de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that Quebecers learned about the death of Gilles Latulippe, a great comic and artist of Quebec. Throughout his long career, he made many people laugh and comforted them across the generations. We will never forget his talents as a humorist. We will remember him as a pillar of television, thanks to his many successful shows such as
Les Démons du Midi, pour ne nommer que ceux.
And many more. This man of theater also wrote dramatic pieces and crossed Quebec to make us laugh, as only he could do, with great simplicity. He received many occasions of recognition, and because he was first and foremost a great man, and especially for those who loved him. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, what we desire for ourselves, we wish for all. Those are the immortal words of J.S. Wordsworth, and are words that we live by on this side of the House each and every day. While the end of the Bombardier strike in Thunder Bay is something to be celebrated, the decision by the members of Unifor Local 1075 to go on strike, to stand firm during negotiations, and to hold out for a better deal were rooted in universal values that are held by most Canadians. Fairness, equality, solidarity, these are all values we hold dear in this country. Yes. We know that when times are tough, we should cooperate to make them better, and that when times are good, we should share in this hard-won prosperity. And we believe that in a competitive global marketplace, we are stronger standing together than on our own. These values were defended with great pride and effectiveness by the members of Unifor Local 1075 during this strike. I congratulate all members of Unifor Local 1075 on your new collective agreement, and I'd like you to know that on this side of the House, we stand in solidarity with you.
Bravo. Bravo.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to congratulate the organic sector of agriculture on an important trade accomplishment. Last week, the Agriculture Minister announced an agreement with Japan to boost trade in organic products. This new deal will make it much easier for Canadian businesses to sell organics in Japan, and gives our organic farmers equivalency agreements in markets representing 95% of the world's organic sales. Wow. Japan is the largest organic market in Asia, and demand is very high for quality Canadian products like maple syrup, honey, soybeans, and grains. Industry estimates that this agreement will enable organic exports to Japan to reach $20 million annually in the next 5 years. To quote Matthew Holmes of the Canadian Organic Trade Alliance, quote, "The government's leadership has ensured our producers enjoy privileged market access while saving Canadian organic farmers and businesses the needless cost of additional inspections and redundant certification. There is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that Canada's products and standards are among the best in the world. Canadian farmers can count on our government to support growth and long-term prosperity on their farms." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, September 28th is Police and Peace Officers National Memorial Day. This occasion recognizes police and peace officers who sacrifice their lives in the line of duty. This weekend, men and women from across Canada will gather in Ottawa to take part in the weekend's events. I would like to recognize officers from the Royal Newfoundland Constabulary and the Newfoundland Correctional Officers that are here today that they've traveled from Newfoundland and Labrador to participate in National Memorial Day. I thank all police and peace officers from my province and the entire country for the work that they do and important services they provide. Mr. Speaker, we only need to reflect to June of last year when a tragedy fell upon Moncton and 3 officers of the RCMP were killed in the line of duty. Families and colleagues continue to mourn their loss, while Canadians remain steadfast in their support of the RCMP and all police and peace officers throughout the country. As Canadians, we must never forget those who sacrifice their lives and always be mindful that police and police officers do their jobs so that we can be safe in our homes and in our communities. Mr. Speaker, today we remember and stand in honour of officers who have sacrificed their own lives to serve and protect others. And we continue to support and pray for the officers that work every day to protect ourselves and our families.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, like my colleague from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, I too would like to highlight the work of our Prime Minister in maternal, newborn and child health. The Prime Minister and Minister for International Development and La Francophonie have been in New York this week advocating for children and mothers. When world leaders met in Muskoka in 2010, our Prime Minister put maternal and child health on the agenda. Our government followed up with an important high-level summit in Toronto in May, generating tremendous support for this issue. Yesterday, the Prime Minister announced an important investment through the World Bank that will engage the expertise of the private sector, leveraging funds to make a difference. These are key initiatives agreed upon in Toronto and further our record of encouraging involvement by partner countries and organizations. Our government is a world leader in the protection of mothers and children, and Canadians can rightly take pride in Canada's leadership.
Nice. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, sending Canadian men and women into harm's way is the most serious responsibility we have as legislators. And yet the Prime Minister has refused to answer a single question in this House about the deployment for war. It was in New York that he first mused about sending bombers to Iraq, and meanwhile his hand-picked spokesman has treated this House of Commons as a crude circus, just underlining Conservatives' disrespect not just for the institution of Parliament, but for the Canadian people. The Conservatives have systematically undermined the independent officers of Parliament who hold government to account. They've created black holes of secrecy around their ministers and turned parliamentary committees into kangaroo courts. But now they've reduced Parliament itself to a debased sideshow on the eve of a war. In a minute, the Leader of the Opposition will rise to ask this Prime Minister questions about the plan to deploy troops to Iraq. The Prime Minister has a chance to answer these questions in this House about sending our men and women overseas to fight another war. Will the Prime Minister do this?
Very good. The honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the world watches the disturbing situation unfold in Iraq and Syria, we're yet again shocked by ISIL's latest action. Just a few days ago, we learned that ISIL destroyed the Armenian Holy Martyrs Church and the Museum of the Holy Martyrs, a memorial to the victim of the Armenian genocide that housed the remains of those who perished in 1915. The deliberate and barbarous destruction of another holy site again reveals the true nature of ISIL and its agenda, which is driven by hate and intolerance. Our government continues to condemn ISIL, a terrorist organization that tramples on fundamental rights of all people. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday in New York, the Prime Minister claimed that he had received a letter from the United States asking Canada to take on a larger role in the war in Iraq. Last night, it was revealed in several news media, in particular on Global, that it was in fact the Prime Minister who proposed getting Canada even more deeply involved in Iraq. Why did the Prime Minister mislead Canadians about who proposed escalating Canada's involvement in Iraq?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, let's put things in perspective here. We have a murderous terrorist group literally raping and pillaging across the Middle East. They are beheading journalists, kidnapping women, and selling them into slavery. Our government is focused on how Canada can contribute to stop this reign of terror. Instead, the opposition is focused on intergovernmental correspondence.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Let's put things in perspective here. This is about whether or not the Prime Minister of Canada tells the truth. Here's what the Prime Minister said in New York. The United States, just recently, in the last couple of days, has asked Canada for some additional contribution. That wasn't true, and that's a serious matter. Hier soir, le ministre des Affaires étrangères.
Last night, the Minister of Foreign Affairs said that there would be a vote in the House of Commons before Canada participates in airstrikes against Iraq. Since when has Canada been planning airstrikes against Iraq?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are in constant contact with all our allies, including and especially the United States, on multiple foreign affairs matters, including what's going on in Iraq with ISIL. We're working with our allies to determine what role Canada can play to oppose this murderous regime. The U.S. request for further military assistance is under consideration, And what we have yet to hear from the NDP is exactly what they would do to address the ISIL terrorist threat.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Are air raids in Iraq one of the options that the Prime Minister, or the government rather, is currently considering? Would this be one of the requests in the letter that the Prime Minister said he received? Why not simply make things clear? Why not make the letter public and Canadians would be able to judge for themselves?
Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous Liberal government, our government's practice on combat missions, whether it was in Afghanistan or back in Libya, has been clear. The government's decision to deploy the Canadian Armed Forces in a combat mission, and I stress combat mission, will be debated and voted on in the House of Commons as a matter of confidence. Canada's current mission in Iraq is not a combat mission. We're looking at renewing our current 30-day commitment, which started on September the 5th. But I'm not going to speculate on the decision that has yet been taken. That said, our government's practice of subjecting combat missions to parliamentary debate and votes is long-standing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, the public record couldn't be clearer. 10 years ago, when he was opposition leader, the current Prime Minister said that every military mission, no conditions, no exceptions, absolutely no reference to combat missions. They're making that up now. Same thing happened in the 2007 throne speech. They're making it up.
This morning, while the Prime Minister is smiling in the photos with European diplomats, the biggest economy in Europe is aiming to block the new agreement. That's Germany. Can the Minister confirm that Germany is threatening to reject the free trade agreement between Canada and Europe?
Parliament Secretary for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to announce to this House that Canada just today, as part of our Canada-EU summit, has released the full text of the agreement for CETA, Mr. Speaker. This is a deal that will lead to 80,000 new jobs for Canadians, a 20% increase in trade. The German delegation that was here yesterday are very positive on this agreement, Mr. Speaker. This will move forward and will bring tremendous opportunity for exporters in Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Here's what the Germans are very positive about. They're very positive that they reject the investment rules in this agreement. Quote, "It is utterly clear that we reject these investment rules." Germany is objecting to nefarious investor-state provisions in the CETA that would give private corporations the right to sue elected governments and effectively overturn democratically elected laws. Numerous news agencies report that Germany stands ready to block the deal. Will Conservatives finally abandon these undemocratic provisions in the CETA and get a trade deal with Europe that's a good deal for all Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Official Opposition once again has it wrong. Negotiators from Canada and the EU, including Germany, were given a clear mandate for investor-state dispute settlement to be a part of this deal, as has been the case with dozens of other deals that EU and Germany has signed. This provides certainty for both countries in the event of any dispute. In a deal this big, Mr. Speaker, we're talking a $12 billion impact on our economy, 80,000 net new jobs. It's sad to see that the NDP is once again going to oppose trade.
The Honourable Member for Westmount, Bill Marie.
Mr. Speaker, in an interview Wednesday with the Wall Street Journal, the Prime Minister suggested that he was approached by President Obama asking if Canada could make a bigger contribution to the mission in Iraq. Yesterday, we heard that it was the opposite, that the Prime Minister approached the Americans with the question, what more can we do? Why did the Prime Minister mislead Canadians?
National Defence.
Well, that's not at all what's happened. We know that this conversation started back in August with President Obama reaching out to Canada and to the Prime Minister to engage all allies and trying to build a coalition to deal with ISIL. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that throughout history, Canada has always answered the call when innocents are being killed and when civilization itself is threatened. We will not stand idly by while ISIL continues to murder the innocent civilians and religious minorities in Iraq. Now, the United States has asked for additional military support. We're going to consider this request as we come up on the renewal of the 30-day deployment.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
In his interview with the Wall Street Journal, the Prime Minister was in fact misleading on more than one issue. He in fact told the interviewer of the Wall Street Journal that Canada does not collect metadata for its national security activities, when in fact it does. And as I've said, the Prime Minister told Canadians that he was approached by the United States as opposed to the inverse of that. Don't Canadians deserve a Prime Minister who is honest on these crucial issues?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, what a bunch of bunk. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that CSEC is prohibited by law from targeting Canadians at home or abroad, directly or indirectly. Now, the CSEC's independent watchdog said in his annual report just this year, and he said, concern that commentators are raising fears that are based not on fact, but rather on partial and sometimes incorrect information regarding certain CSEC activities. He also verified that CSEC activities do not intentionally target the private communications of Canadians or any person in Canada, which would be unlawful. Now, the opposition should actually read the watchdog's report.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Just a correction, Mr. Speaker. Canada does, in fact, collect metadata. They depend on it for their security activities. A Canadian military mission in Iraq is an extremely serious undertaking. Canadians need to be fully informed about what the government is proposing to do on their behalf. There should be no confusion about important questions such as whether it's the U.S. asking Canada for additional help or whether it's the Prime Minister offering to provide additional help for an expanded mission. Can the government assure us that going forward it will be fully transparent with Parliament and Canadians about what undertakings it is proposing?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear on this, is that we are going to be reporting back to Parliament. We are looking at the 30-day deployment and renewing it. The one thing we will not do is sit idly by while innocent civilians are being killed in Iraq. The targeting of the Yazidis, of Christians, of other religious and ethnic minorities, the Kurds, we will be there to help where we can. And as Cabinet considers these options going forward, we will definitely inform the House.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are leading us into an expanded military role in Iraq, and the Liberals are ready to go along without a vote in Parliament. We've gone from mission creep to mission leap. The most basic questions have been left unanswered, yet the Conservatives offered more military involvement in the U.S. without consulting Parliament. So the question is, when exactly did the Conservatives offer Canadian troops to the United States? When did they do that?
It's simple.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I don't know where the member's been. September 5th, the Prime Minister announced that we're deploying up to 69 special forces from the Canadian Armed Forces. And they are there in a non-combat advisory role, providing strategic and tactical advice. And we're proud of those brave men and women who are serving, assisting at the invitation of the Iraqi government. They're there with their authority and cooperating with forces in the north alongside the Kurdish Peshmerga. And I can tell you that this is a non-combat role, and we do not vote on non-combat missions in this House.
Member for Ottawa Centre.
Speaker, we're now hearing that the government offered the Americans our troops before we were asked. That's what I'm hearing the Parliamentary Secretary say. While the Conservatives have no problem expanding our military role in Iraq, they have been failing to tackle the enormous humanitarian needs in this conflict. Over 2.2 million people in Iraq are in need of humanitarian assistance. At the committee on September 9th, the Minister promised that Canada would help support refugees for the coming winter, combat sexual violence, and prosecute war criminals. So the question is, why has the government walked away from those commitments? We haven't heard announcements on these very important aspects of the mission.
Yes.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canada condemns in the strongest terms ISIS terrorists' repugnant killing of innocent civilians in northern Iraq, including women and children, Christian, Yazidi, and other religious communities. Mr. Speaker, Canada has been helping since the beginning of the crisis, and actually we are the 7th largest donor to the humanitarian crisis. Canada's contribution will continue to allow for those most desperately in need to receive food, hygiene kits, cooking materials, blankets, tents, medical supplies, and other essential supplies that are needed. And as well, we are making emergency repairs to water systems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Since the beginning of the conflict in Iraq, the Conservatives have been entangled in their half-truths. It's pathetic. The needs on the ground are urgent. Refugees need help. Children have been wounded. Thousands of women are victims of sexual violence. We can very well support our allies by offering a contribution to the best of our abilities and making a priority of helping civilians. Whereas our allies are offering humanitarian aid, why are the Conservatives not supporting these efforts?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, Minister of International Development.
To the contrary, as I said earlier, we are the 7th largest contributor to the humanitarian situation in the Middle East. It includes people who are in Lebanon, people who are in Turkey, and we continue working with our allies. We are, Mr. Speaker, continuing with our emergency relief stockpiles of basic life-saving necessities. They can be shipped around the world at any time. In times of crisis, rapid delivery of basic supplies is a matter of life and death. And maintaining stockpiles on both sides of the globe is going to allow us to reach people far more rapidly. Mr. Speaker, we continue to...
Order. Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. From the outset, the Conservatives refused to answer Canadians' legitimate questions. They refused to explain the nature and scope of the military engagement in Iraq. As for humanitarian assistance, the Conservatives are simply falling short of our allies and the international community's expectations. More than ever, a debate and a vote are needed in this House on Canada's role in Iraq. Why does the government refuse to answer to Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, we have troops deployed around the world right now in non-combat missions. We have the HMCS Toronto is just leaving the Black Sea as part of the NATO Maritime Task Force. We have soldiers that are training in northern Poland. We have a squadron of CF-18 jets that are doing air policing in the Baltics. All of these deployments happened without a vote in the House, and we have our 69 members of the Canadian Armed Forces that are providing tactical advice in Iraq. We have the Royal Canadian Air Force also providing support in Iraq, and I can tell you that all that is non-combat roles, and we don't vote on that in this House.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
The Conservatives have completely bungled the Social Security Tribunal. A former member has confirmed what we already knew, that the government's hiring people whose main expertise is donating to the Conservative Party. And then they're pressuring them to ignore due process, all the while waiting times continue to grow. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are throwing fairness out the window, and it's vulnerable seniors and unemployed Canadians who are paying the price. So when is the government going to finally fix the mess that they've created with the Social Security Tribunal?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Social Security Tribunal is providing great service to Canadians who put their appeals through. We've actually added 22 new employees to the Social Security Tribunal. It increased over 50%. We're getting the job done here, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. A former member of the Social Security Tribunal confirmed what we already thought. There's huge pressure on the members to process cases as quickly as possible to the detriment of Canadians. The important thing in the Social Security Tribunal is to deal with issues fairly. And once again, the most vulnerable Canadians are paying the price. How can the Conservatives, first of all, trash EI, then turn around and scrap the only institution capable of correcting the injustices?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to acknowledge, spurious complaints by former disgruntled employees that are broadcast in the media. The Social Security Tribunal is doing the job for Canadians. In fact, we've decrease the amount of complaints that actually get to the tribunal by 90% by adding the ability within the department to review claims before they actually get to the Social Security Tribunal. It's a better system, it's been run cheaper for taxpayers, and it's delivering better service to Canadians who use the system.
Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. The Social Security Tribunal does not take the time to listen to appellants properly, and it's even harder for Canadians to find a job now, particularly young people. A Conference Board of Canada demonstrates that in terms of income, there's a gap opening between young workers and older workers. This represents a threat to our economy and to our society. Will the Conservatives pass the youth employment tax credit as proposed by the NDP?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, under our Conservative government, Canada continues to have one of the lowest youth unemployment rates in the G7. Since coming to office, we have helped 2.1 million youth obtain skills, training, and jobs. However, we recognize that more can be done, and that's why Economic Action Plan 2014 will help young Canadians get the skills they need to get in-demand jobs, help young entrepreneurs start more businesses, and support more paid internships for graduates.
Wow. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
A youth unemployment rate double the national average, and Conservatives want to brag about it. It's incredible. Or how about just last month that Canada lost another 100,000 jobs in the private sector, or the fact that not a single private sector job has been created by the Conservatives in the last year, or the 1.3 million Canadians who are out of work today. Cherry-picking economic stats, as the Conservatives are so in favour of doing, brunching with billionaires and bragging doesn't help Canadians who are out of work, can't access employment insurance, and are looking for a job. How about a jobs plan for the 1.3 million Canadians out of work today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is the best cherry picker that I've met to date. Our government is focused on what matters to Canadians, jobs and economic growth. Over 1.1 million net new jobs have been created since the recession, over 80% full-time, nearly 80% in the private sector, and two-thirds in high-wage industries. Yes, two-thirds in high-wage industries. Both the IMF and the OECD forecast Canada to be one of the strongest growing G7 economies in the years ahead. With a fragile global economy, we must stay the course with our low-tax plan for jobs and economic growth.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Let's look at what the OECD actually said, because all the spin that this parliamentary secretary wants to put on the economy doesn't help and offers no comfort to the 1.3 million Canadians who are out of work. When it comes to low-wage, precarious part-time work, Conservatives are actually world beaters. In their race to the low-wage economy, Conservatives have Canada sitting at third worst amongst all developed nations. This is one race that Conservatives shouldn't be trying so hard to win. So how about a real plan to bring Canadians back to those full-time, well-paying jobs with benefits that are actually family-supporting jobs, not these precarious, low-wage jobs that don't put food on the table for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government has provided record support for low-income Canadians. For example, we have removed over 1 million low-income Canadians, 380,000 of which are seniors, from the tax rolls. We've increased the amount Canadians can earn without paying taxes. We've created the landmark working income tax benefit to support low-income Canadians who work, and increased the guaranteed income supplement for the most vulnerable seniors. But the NDP voted against each and every one of these measures against low-income Canadians, and each and every time.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, they say the third time's the charm, and today marks the third time in 12 months that the Prime Minister has falsely announced the completion of Canada's Europe Free Trade Agreement. Unfortunately for Canada, our Prime Minister's actual accomplishments on trade are far less than all the jet-setting photo ops would suggest. Now Germany is saying it won't approve the deal unless negotiations are reopened. How many more phony, mission-accomplished photo ops can we expect until this deal is finally accomplished?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, as I said moments earlier in this House, we're proud that the full text of the Canada-EU trade agreement was released today as part of our Canada-EU summit, celebrating a trade deal that will raise trade by 20%, have a net benefit on our economy of $12 billion, 80,000 net new jobs. I find it ironic, Mr. Speaker, that a Liberal Party whose trade critic doesn't even sit on the Trade Committee, whose trade policies under their last government was about putting politicians on an airplane and serving beaver tails in China, they should finally get behind a trade deal that's good for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent-Cartierville. It's ironic, and what's unbelievable is that the Parliamentary Secretary refuses to answer the question. What is he doing in the face of the German government statement that the agreement has not been reached and that they can't sign it. They want to renegotiate clauses of it. So why has the Prime Minister announced the signing of it 3 times, whereas it's not true? The agreement has not been reached. What is he doing in the face of the German statements?
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier in response to another question, in the negotiations of CETA, both Canada and the EU member countries gave direction to negotiators to have investor-state dispute provisions within the agreement, much like the hundreds of agreements that EU nations have signed with similar dispute mechanisms. This provides certainty that exporters demand, Mr. Speaker. And that member should think that exporters lead to 1 in 5 jobs in Canada, Mr. Speaker. 1 in 5. This deal will present an opportunity for 80,000 net new jobs. It's time they get on board, Mr.
The honourable member from Malpac.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Wheat Board has never been as closed, secretive and non-transparent as it is today. No data in the annual report, no financial statements, no examination by the Auditor General. This agency, concocted and directed by this government, is playing with hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money, and worse still, hundreds of millions of dollars in assets originally taken from Western Canadian farmers. What about public disclosure and public accountability? Will this government guarantee that farmers' money and farmers' assets will not be sold off in secret?
Parliamentary Secretary for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Much to the joy of our Western Canadian grain farmers, our government delivered on our promise to free them of an obligatory marketing board. We were elected on a platform to deliver marketing freedom to farmers, and we followed through on that commitment, Mr. Speaker. But as this Canadian Wheat Board now competes in the open market, they have a right to protect commercially sensitive information. And unlike the member opposite, Mr. Speaker, the economy is our top priority, and farmers and our government recognize the numerous benefits that are now available on the open market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax.
While the Prime Minister was skipping the UN Climate Summit in New York, major financial institutions were meeting in Montreal to make some commitments concerning the carbon footprint of their investment portfolios. The Montreal Carbon Pledge is proof positive that it is possible for the economy and the environment to work together. Why do the Conservatives refuse to budge when even the big banks are doing their share?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government's record is very clear. We have taken decisive actions on the environment while we are protecting the economy. Everyone internationally has to do their fair share, and Canada is doing its part as we emit only 2% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. Building on our record, I also announced a number of actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and pollution from vehicles this week, and I also announced our intent to regulate HFCs, one of the fastest-growing greenhouse gas emissions in the world, and we are accomplishing this without a job-killing carbon tax, which would raise the price of everything. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Well, this is a little different because we're talking about divestment now, because 1,300 major investment groups met in Montreal to draft the Montreal Climate Pledge. They agreed to disclose their company's carbon footprint and increasingly shift investment away from fossil fuels. Business worldwide can see the writing on the wall. Even World Bank President Jim Yong Kim is urging investors to divest from fossil fuels. But our government is ignoring these major investors and therefore risking our economy. So has the minister even considered the impact of divestment on Canada's economy?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we have been very clear. Our government is committed to reaching an agreement at the global climate deal in Paris next year that is fair to Canada, that includes all emitters and all economies. We want a fair agreement that includes those sectors. We also will continue to make progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions while keeping the economy strong, and we have taken action on some of Canada's largest sources of emission, such as the transportation sector and the coal-fired electricity sector. And thanks to these actions, carbon emissions will go down close to 130 megatons from what they would have been under the Liberals, and we've done this without introducing a job-killing carbon tax that the NDP wants.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Fuga.
Mr. Speaker, the Red Cross has sounded the alarm on the deplorable conditions of thousands of refugee and immigration detainees in Canada. But instead of making a commitment to fully implement the Red Cross recommendations, the government yesterday preferred to dodge the question. So let me ask again. Will the Minister of Public Safety fully implement the Red Cross recommendations? Will he make sure that immigration detainees are treated with decency, that families are no longer separated, and in particular that children receive the care they need? Will the Minister stand up today in this House and make that commitment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada welcomes 1 out of every 10 refugees resettled around the world, more than almost any other country in the world. We are world leaders with respect to refugee protection. The members should know that our government is committed to strengthening Canada's role as a global leader in refugee protection by enhancing our resettlement programs. Mr. Speaker, our government is committing to helping refugees settle, and I would urge the honourable member that when we bring legislation in this House that will make it a lot easier and a lot better for refugees to access all of those services, he and his party should not get up and vote against, as he has been in every single occasion. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Honoré Mercier.
The member for Honoré Mercier. Mr. Speaker, instead of hiding behind the same empty rhetoric we heard yesterday, the minister should tell us how he plans to make sure the Red Cross's recommendations are implemented, how he plans to make sure the almost 4,000 immigrants identified by the Red Cross in 2012, including several children, won't be held in Canadian prisons next to dangerous criminals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been very clear about our reforms on the once broken asylum system and who qualifies for what. Genuine refugees continue to receive comprehensive health care coverage that is on par with what Canadians receive. But Canadians have been clear that they do not want illegal immigrants, failed asylum claimants, and asylum claimants from safe democratic countries receiving better health care benefits to Canadian taxpayers, including what seniors receive. That member should vote for these important reforms when they come in this House, Mr. Speaker, and not go on record, as she has been with her party, in voting against that very important help for those that need it.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, this week the court has condemned people for honour-based crimes right here in Canada. A family was intimidating and harassing a young woman simply because she was seeing a young man. On this side of the House, we believe those are barbaric practices and that they have no place in Canada. Sadly, the Liberal leader refuses to condemn these barbaric practices because he doesn't want to offend some people. Can the minister update this House on what we are doing to actions to combat so-called honour-based crimes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Citizenship.
Mr. Speaker, individuals from all over the world come to Canada so they can live in a free society and embrace Canadian values and traditions. But Canada's openness and generosity does not extend to barbaric cultural practices that allow for any type of violence against women, including spousal abuse, violence in the name of so-called honour, female genital mutilation, early and forced marriage, or other gender-based violence. We will not tolerate barbaric cultural practices in any form, and we will take action to ensure that those convicted of these heinous crimes face the full force of Canadian law, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, on March 26th, in the foyer of the House of Commons, the Minister of Agriculture said that Conservatives had passed an order in Council, quote, requiring a minimum of 1 million tonnes of grain to be moved every week, backstopped by penalties of up to $100,000 per day. A direct quote from the minister. Now the rail companies aren't delivering the minimums, and suddenly his tough fines have disappeared. Suddenly, they're $100,000 per week. Why did the minister back down instead of standing up for grain producers?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, what the honourable member should note from the Act, it says that it's per violation for $100,000. That being said, let me tell the House this, Mr. Speaker. CN and CP have been told what levels of grain that they must ship in order to ensure that we are moving grain in this country. They have not hit their targets in the last number of weeks. As a result, we have appointed an enforcement officer who is investigating, and we will hold the companies accountable for their lack of movement of grain. It is this government that is there to protect Canadian farmers.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Agriculture specifically said fines of $100,000 per day. Then he went all across the country talking tough. But now when it comes to actually getting tough with the rail companies, the minister has failed. Grain producers deserve a government who will actually stand up for them and demand rail companies treat them fairly. Why did the minister break his word and back down? Why is he not standing up for Western Canadian producers?
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Speaker, it is this agriculture minister that has continuously stood up for farmers in the West and indeed in all part of this country, specifically on this file, having recognized the problem early and ensuring that we bring emergency legislation to deal with the matter as quickly as possible. And that's exactly what we have done. The other side of this House, Mr. Speaker, can make all the complaints they want. This agriculture minister got the job done. The grain is moving, and it will continue to move in this country.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ring of Fire development is on life support, and the Conservatives are nowhere to be found. It was almost 2 years ago that the Treasury Board minister, who became the self-appointed point man on the Ring of Fire, stated to a Thunder Bay audience, and I quote, "We cannot afford to allow this development to stall and become mired in paralysis." Well, Mr. Speaker, the question is simple. Why is this minister letting the Ring of Fire fail?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We welcome Ontario's interest in the Ring of Fire. Until recently, it had not been identified as a clear priority by the Ontario government. We've been clear, Mr. Speaker, if the province identifies the Ring of Fire as a priority, Economic Action Plan 2013 allocates significant infrastructure funding for this kind of legacy resource development. We will continue to demonstrate our commitment to responsible resource development that creates jobs and economic growth for Northern Ontarians.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Ring of Fire project is just one example of Conservatives failing Canadians in Northern Ontario. Since the Conservatives came to power, Canada has lost over 134,000 jobs in the forestry sector, 30,000 in Northern Ontario alone. Ring of Fire uncertainty, mill closures, wildly fluctuating gas and propane prices. And again, another simple question, Mr. Speaker. When did the Conservatives just stop caring about Northern Ontario?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary for Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on community economic development, business growth, competitiveness and innovation that creates jobs and long-term prosperity. We will continue to ensure that communities and businesses in Northern Ontario have the tools they need to have a strong, diversified economy. We are working with all levels of government, including First Nations and other stakeholders, to ensure we maximize the economic opportunities and long-term sustainability of Northern Ontario.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, this government's gotten it wrong on both sides of the temporary foreign worker program. Business owners in Western Canada are facing incredible staffing challenges because of this government's incompetence. What the government has done, in essence, is pushed back the entire House in order to tighten the clothesline. And Western Canadian businesses are being penalized for a crime they didn't commit. When will the government swallow its pride, admit that they are lost on the program, and ask a House committee to fix this broken program?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Employment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was, in fact, the Liberals who introduced the low-wage temporary foreign worker program. We're the ones that have actually fixed it by putting in tough sanctions to ensure that employers who engage in this system have to obey the rules and always put Canadians in front before they actually hire a temporary foreign worker. We've made significant changes in June of this year that make sure that employers will always put Canadians first, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
He was half right there. We did introduce this program, but it was this minister's predecessor that took the shackles off it. She nearly separated her shoulder, patting herself on the back because it was going to be easier and no problem getting temporary foreign workers. They're trying to clean up their own mess, but they didn't even include the youth reciprocal program. There's no assessment, labour assessment needed for the youth reciprocal program. How do we know that Canadian students aren't being pushed aside because of this program and the lack of controls over this specific part?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, it's strange that the Liberal Party would attack youth who are trying to come to Canada to enjoy the tremendous country and all that we can offer to people to come here and get some job experience in exchange for our youth going over to other countries and getting that same experience. We want to encourage our young people to travel internationally. That's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, and we're getting the job done.
The honourable member for Montmagny. I would invite the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans to consult Google. She will see that repeatedly the federal government refused to cooperate with the government of Quebec, who requested access to the scientific opinions of experts at DFO. And that's why the Quebec Superior Court halted offshore drilling in Kakuna. Why has the minister silenced her scientists and prevented them from having a voice in this debate? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I think it needs to be very clear that there were two reviews taking place here, one by DFO and one by the province of Quebec. And the Quebec court decision has nothing to do with the review conducted by DFO. Quebec conducts its own reviews under its own laws. DFO conducted its reviews and delivered an authorization based on scientific expertise and under the strictest conditions, and it did provide the results of that review to the province of Quebec, but the province is responsible for conducting its own review and defending its results.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary is wrong. Part of the Quebec decision dealt with the absence of science from access to DFO's science. There were 6 marine mammal experts from DFO who drafted an opinion, but what the federal government provided was 2.5 pages drafted by one biologist, and it had to do with the summer, whereas the drilling is going on in the fall. So why is the minister or the parliamentary secretary trying to pass off a study?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think we've been clear that the province of Quebec had its own responsibilities under its own laws to conduct a review and reach a conclusion. We did our own review, and we are quite prepared to defend that based on scientific evidence. The NDP knows this, but choose to muddy the water, if I can use that expression, and because it suits their anti-development ideology.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, ISIL continues to terrorize the people of Iraq and Syria, in particular those that reject ISIL's twisted interpretation of Islam. Religious minorities remain at risk, such as Christians, Yazidis, Shia, and Assyrians. In July, ISIL destroyed Jonah's Tomb, a venerated site of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Earlier this week, we learned that ISIL has struck again, this time destroying an Armenian church in Syria and a memorial to the Armenian genocide. To the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, please comment on this developing situation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the member from Kitchener-Conestoga for this question. Our government deplores ISIL's destruction of the Armenian Holy Martyrs Church in Dar az-Zur, Syria, and the Museum of Holy Martyrs. This is yet another example of ISIL's contempt for religious freedom and human dignity. ISIL attacks are indiscriminate, targeting Christians, Yazidis, Shiites, and Sunni Muslims and their place of worship. Canada continues to condemn this terrorist group, which has distorted and robbed the message of Islam and murdered thousands of innocents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, in response to a question on the order paper, the Justice Department revealed that the government has spent over $500,000 on legal fees defending the Equitas lawsuit. Over $500,000 spent denying a social covenant exists with Canadian veterans. A pretty stark contrast from the covenant they signed with NATO just last month when they acknowledged that it does exist. They spent over $500,000 to date. Will they tell us how much more they'll spend denying the social covenant, or will they finally drop their defense of the lawsuit? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Equitas lawsuit wants to throw out the new Veterans Charter
out completely, not something a single reputable veterans group has called for. Furthermore, these costs reflect employee salaries of the Department of Justice spread across all departments. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the member opposite and the Liberal Party to stop playing politics when it comes to Canada's veterans and start supporting the initiatives put forward by our government.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. 1/2 of residents of the Lower Laurentians don't have a family doctor. I've actually attended several meetings in the area to discuss underfunding for health, and all stakeholders agree that the Conservatives' cuts of $36 billion to the transfer payment are going to make matters worse. Do the Conservatives realize that with their reckless cuts, it'll be even harder for people in the Lower Laurentians to get the health care they're entitled to?
Well, obviously, Mr. Speaker, it is our hope that every Canadian family has a family doctor. And we've been making immense investments in Canada's healthcare system.
Absolutely.
In fact, they will reach historic highs. But most notably, I am very pleased to announce that Canada has the highest number of physicians working than ever before. According to the Canadian Institute of Health Information, last year Canada had the most physicians per capita in our history, over 77,000. Doctors educated abroad represent over 25% of the doctors who entered the workforce in Canada in 2013 because the word is out. Canada is one of the top destinations to practice medicine.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Monsieur le Président, les Québécois ont été...
Mr. Speaker, Quebecers were outraged to learn that Guy Turcotte had been released pending his second trial. In 2011, he was found criminally not responsible after coldly killing his children. In response to that, our government passed a reform to the not criminally responsible law in order to protect law-abiding Canadians. Can the Parliamentary Secretary inform the House what the government's doing to make sure that criminals get the punishment they deserve? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our thoughts are with Madame Gaston at this difficult time, and in order to correct the legacy of injustice left by the Liberals. To protect Canadians, we have already done away with house arrest for sexual assault and kidnapping. We've also stiffened punishments for rape. We've taken away the last hope clause and stripped access to parole. Mr. Speaker, we are ensuring that criminals stay behind bars. The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, while Canada and the EU today celebrate the conclusion of negotiations, Quebec's fine cheesemakers are hardly celebrating. In response to their legitimate concern, the government merely says it's holding consultations. But everyone agrees that dairy farmers are going to lose $300 million a year. Will the government finally acknowledge the losses to dairy farmers and cheesemakers and act instead of consulting, as it did for Newfoundland fishermen a year ago and for the auto industry in Ontario, even before the free trade agreement with Korea was signed? Mr. Speaker, our government has always defended supply management in Canada, and under this agreement, we will continue to do so. The three pillars of our national supply management system remain intact. We will observe the repercussions of this historic accord on dairy producers' income, and if those incomes are adversely affected, we will financially assist them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act promised that more grain would be moved and that backlogs would be eliminated. But CN has been fined $100,000 per week, proving that in actuality the punitive measures are not moving more grain, only raising revenue for the government. When will the Minister of Transport acknowledge that the problems with the supply chain are much more complicated than simply blaming the railroads?
Well, Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what the honourable member can note is that not only did we announce that act and bring it into place in order to ensure that on an emergency basis we are moving grain, an incredible crop that we had last year, we're moving as quickly as we possibly can through the rail system. But at the same time as well, Mr. Speaker, I announced the review of the Canadian Transportation Act, and that's exactly what we're attempting to do through that group of people led by David Emerson. They will be looking at the future opportunities and challenges, having lots of stakeholder interactions on it, and making sure that we have the appropriate policies framework moving forward.
The honourable member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In March 2012, the Conservative government increased the filing fee for record suspension applications from $150 to $631, promising that applications would be processed in under a year from then on. Oddly enough, the $631 applications are being processed in under a year, but applications made prior to the fee increase are still in the backlog, despite the hiring, apparently, of some 20 new employees to work specifically on the backlog. Some files have been in the backlog for almost 4 years now. That's unacceptable. How much longer are Canadians who paid $150, the going rate at the time, going to be treated like second-class applicants? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Mr. Speaker, as you know, these files are dealt with on a case-by-case basis. There's the old procedure, and there is a backlog. You can go on the internet to see where your file is at, but if you want accelerated processing, you can opt for the new procedure with the shorter wait times. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to unconditionally, unreservedly apologize to this House for my behavior the other day. Clearly, I allowed the passion and the anger, which something I read, to get in the way of appropriately answering a question to the Leader of the Opposition. For that, I apologize to you and to this entire House and to my constituents. I'm fairly certain that there will be other opportunities in this House where I will be answering questions that you don't appreciate. I don't think this will be the last time that I'll get up and answer a question that doesn't effectively respond. Mr. Speaker, I can say this, that despite what people think about kids in short pants, this was my response, and I take full responsibility. And I apologize to the Leader of the Opposition, to you and to all my colleagues.
Hear, hear. Tabling of documents. Anybody? Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from inter-parliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee of Procedure and House Affairs. The committee advises that pursuant to Standing Order 91.1 sub 2, the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider the order of the second reading of Senate public bills and recommends that the items listed herein, which it has determined should not be designated non-votable, be considered by the House.
Pursuant to Standing Order 91.1.2, the report is deemed adopted. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While on my feet, I want to acknowledge the apology of the Parliamentary Secretary for the Prime Minister and thank him for doing that. Mr. Speaker, I have a petition by constituents and members, actually people from right across the country, who are very seized with the issue of the missing and abducted Nigerian girls. They're calling on the government and, in fact, the whole global community to sustain the political attention to this very important issue. And they're calling on the government of Canada to increase its investment in safe, quality education for all children in order to see that schools everywhere are free from violence and intimidation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Prescott, Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have here a petition from Canadians who recognize that the Supreme Court struck down certain laws with respect to prostitution. But, Mr. Speaker, the people in this petition do not want our country to be lawless with respect to prostitution and human trafficking, and they're calling on the House of Commons to legislate it such that it be a criminal offence to purchase sex with a woman, man, or child. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise in this House to present petitions signed by many of my constituents, particularly in Flin Flon and Thompson, who are opposing the cuts to our postal service, and particularly the plan to eliminate home-to-home delivery. Home-to-home delivery is a critical service for all Canadians and is especially important in our northern and remote communities where the climate is often unforgiving. We know that it will have a particular impact on people with disabilities, seniors, and young families. They are asking, on behalf of their communities, for Canada Post to reconsider its decision and keep our home-to-home delivery and save our Canada Post. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to present another petition that represents thousands of people from British Columbia. The petition highlights that, sadly, 22-year-old Cassandra Collius was killed by a drunk driver. A group of people who have also lost loved ones to impaired drivers, called Families for Justice, believe that the current impaired driving laws are much too lenient in Canada. They're calling for new mandatory minimum sentencing for people who have been convicted for impaired driving causing death.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Guelph.
Speaker, across the country, Canadians are disappointed with the government's decision to ignore the social covenant we hold with our Canadian Force members and veterans. In recognition of the sacred obligation owed to all Canadian men and women brave enough to accept the ultimate liability in the service of our country, they call on us here to urge the Minister of Veterans Affairs to reopen the 9 regional centres he closed, to immediately implement the recommendations of the Veterans Ombudsman, which are now a year old, fill all open positions for mental health professionals, and finally act on investigations into military suicides. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Request for emergency debates. Orders of the day. Pardon me, I forgot one step. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And one of the most important ambits of routine proceedings, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have consent? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government order, government bills, resuming debate at report stage of Bill C-36, Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act.
When this resuming debate, when this matter was before the House, the honourable member of Malpeque had 3 minutes remaining in his debate. The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before question period, I'd outlined the government's attempt to push Bill C-36 on the basis of optics rather than the reality of the world. And it outlined as well the fact that the government failed to listen to evidence provided at committee on both the safety and security of those involved in the sex trade and the constitutionality of the bill. I feel the new law will end up where the old law did, and that is likely tossed out. So let me quote a couple of others, Mr. Speaker. John Iveson in the National Post, he wrote, and I quote, and he does say the member's name, but it really is the member for Central Novus, Rowell, as Attorney General of Canada, requires him to be the guardian of the rule of law. He is mandated to protect the personal liberties of Canadians and advise Cabinet to ensure its actions are legal and constitutional. By introducing a new law on prostitution that is all but certain to be struck down by the courts, he has failed on all counts. This bill is likely to make life even more unsafe for many prostitutes If they can't advertise their services to persuade the Johns to come to them, many more are likely to take to the streets in search of business." End of quote. And what he's speaking to is the safety and security of citizens. We can't judge morally, I would say, but the fact of the matter is it's the responsibility of government to protect the safety and security of individuals, and this bill doesn't do that. It makes it worse. And the other statement is by Michael Detente in Post Media. Because C-36 in its effect will be no different than the laws it is intended to replace, it is bound to wind up back at the Supreme Court, where it will quite likely be tossed, just as the old laws were tossed. So why bring it forward? Calculated for political gain it may be. That doesn't make it right. Until it's overturned, C-36 can only put prostitutes at greater risk. It is irrational, misguided, and recidivist social policy in a country that has gotten used to better. End of quote. My point being, and there's several other quotes, Mr. Speaker, that have come up at committee. I would refer members and Canadians to go to the committee to look at some of the statements made with respect to the constitutionality, and there is an analysis, I think, provided at committee, analysis and constitutional concerns. Individuals should look at them. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this law is not doing what it should do and is very problematic. I ask the government to reconsider, and let's just do it right.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt-Fuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened carefully to the comments by the honourable member from Malpeque, and I wonder if he shares my concern that what we have here is a case where this is likely to be thrown out by the Supreme Court, and it's going to make sex work more dangerous. So there'll be a whole bunch of harm done in that period of time of maybe 2 to 4 years before this question gets back before the Supreme Court. So does he share that concern?
Honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, I work with this particular member on the Public Safety and National Security Committee, and I will admit, over time, I've begun to realize we do share many of the same concerns. But he's absolutely right in this case. I mean, I don't know if the Department of Justice or the ministers or government backbenchers on the other side, whether they just didn't allow themselves to meet with people that are in the sex trade because they're opposed to it, and that's acceptable to be opposed to it for sure. But these individuals, are just, they're fearful of what this bill is going to do. It will derive, as I said earlier, prostitution, the sex trade, underground, and make it much more risky for those individuals involved, and certainly risk their public safety.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, just very quickly, he spoke of the analysis that took place during committee. I was wondering if he could provide more detail on that and what was provided, especially regarding any pending judgments by the Supreme Court in this matter, on this particular piece of legislation.
The honourable member from Malpeque.
I would quote from the analysis, Mr. Speaker, and I quote: "The concern of the Charter and the Court is not whether prostitution is good or moral. The concern is the right to safety of all Canadians, which the Charter enshrines. C-36 also creates some new issues of constitutional validity. At the House Committee on Justice and Human Rights, legal experts suggested that there's a number of Charter issues. They relate to life, liberty, security of the person. They relate to equality rights. They relate to freedom of expression. They relate to the presumption of innocence. And they relate to cruel and unusual punishment. And legal people have all identified those areas as a concern on the constitutionality. I would like to make one other point, Mr. Speaker, and that is one of the members from Manitoba spoke on, human smuggling and the fact that some people are forced into the sex trade. That's absolutely true. And that's repulsive. I did a study myself on human smuggling and individuals that get forced into the trade. The problem is be as it may, this bill is not going to prevent that from happening. This bill, in fact, worsens the safety of those individuals, and that's what we had to be concerned about.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Malpeque for his comments. I wanted to pick up on where my friend from Esquimalt-Walden-Fuca talked about, just in terms of the constitutional provisions, or lack thereof, in this bill. We've asked the Minister of Justice a number of times in this House to provide the House of Commons, to provide Canadians with any evidence that this has been through a constitutional check. Now, for those watching, why this is so important is because this government has become very, very good at writing laws that are unconstitutional. And why that matters is we go through the whole exercise of drafting these bills, going through the committee process, they ignore the witnesses, they ram the bill through anyways, and then lo and behold, we find out that in fact it gets a constitutional challenge, a charter challenge, and it fails. So if the minister is so concerned about all the victims of this particular crime, then you would want to think he would actually have something that would improve their lives and lot in life. And that means that you need a law that actually becomes and maintains itself as a law. So, to my friend, did the committee at any point see evidence from the Government of Canada, the Conservative Party, that shows that this bill, in fact, will survive a constitutional check and actually get into law in this country and remain there? Thank you.
A member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. No. I certainly haven't been made aware of that constitutionality reference or check, and the member from Esquimalt-Walden-Fuca is absolutely right that if without that constitutional reference, which would have made sure that this House of Commons passes something that is likely not to be turned down by the courts and do it right, that will not, as the member said earlier, put the safety of individuals in greater jeopardy for several years. And I would actually make this accusation of the government, is they're doing this for political purposes, and in the process, because it sounds good, but in the process, their bill, they're doing it for political optics, and in the process, they're risking the safety and security of individuals they may not like, but they're Canadian individuals regardless.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour today to rise to speak to this House on Bill C-36, which, as you know and as members of this House knows, is the government's response to what's known collectively as the Bedford decision, a decision of the Supreme Court from last December that struck down several criminal code provisions related to prostitution, things like solicitation, things like living off the avails, Mr. Speaker. And it's important to note, it seems my friends in this House who, rather than looking at the substance of this bill, start looking at future charter challenges, should look at what the Supreme Court did, Mr. Speaker. In fact, they invited Parliament to step in and fill the void caused by their striking down of some of these provisions under the Charter. And they gave Parliament 1 year to come up with adequate rules to address the social harms that are caused by prostitution. And certainly I think all members of this House would agree when it comes to human trafficking, when it comes to exploitation, there are vast risks, immense risks, within prostitution, within the sex trade for Canadians, and it's important for Parliament to make sure that the public good and public safety is protected. So what happened was the creation of the Canadian model, Mr. Speaker. After consultations within the department, with stakeholder groups, with people that have worked with women who've left the sex trade, the Canadian model was our government's response to the invitation from the Supreme Court of Canada to make laws to protect vulnerable Canadians. And I'll take a few moments to talk about the main pillars of C-36, which is our response. First, it's criminalizing demand, Mr. Speaker. This is recognizing that in the vast, vast majority of cases, the prostitutes, mainly women, but some young men as well, are victims here. And law enforcement resources and criminal justice resources should not be focused on them. It should be focused on exploitation. So the first is to try and stem demand by focusing on the Johns and criminalizing that activity. The second is to criminalize exploitation surrounding that. The human trafficking we've heard some members of Parliament talk about, the traditional pimps, the people that lure young women into this trade and almost entrap them in it. There's a third, restrictions on advertising, Mr. Speaker, about sexual services and their sale. An important distinction in the Canadian model is the criminalization of communication in public places for the purposes of prostitution, where those public places reasonably could be expected to have children. So this will ensure that certain public areas don't see the sex trade on a daily basis. There's increased penalties for child prostitution, Mr. Speaker, which I'm sure all members of this House agree with that provision of C-36. There's a clear message in the bill to immunize prostitutes and sex workers themselves, recognizing, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, that most often they are victims in this trade. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, the seventh sort of pillar I take from C-36 is direct aid, $20 million to begin with, Mr. Speaker, to help with transitional work. For some of the vulnerable people that feel that there is no way out of the trade that they might have been lured or exploited into, these transitional services and some of the exceptional Canadians, volunteers and groups working with them will receive this money to help people transition. And my friend from Malpak said, you know, this bill doesn't see the reality of the world. And some of the MPs in the NDP seem to think that this is bound for strike down at a future date by a court because it's a conservative or some political ploy. Well, Mr. Speaker, if those members of the opposition actually looked at the substance of C-36, they would see that Canada is not really out of step with trying to deal with the harms of prostitution. In many ways, the Canadian model builds on the Nordic model, Mr. Speaker, which was introduced in Sweden in 1999 and followed subsequently by Norway and Iceland. These are European countries we have strong relationships with, free and democratic societies that have tried to address the social harms of prostitution through a model that criminalizes the demand, goes after the exploiters, Mr. Speaker, and not the women. In 2014, the EU and the Council of Europe actually recommended the Nordic model, to which C-36, our model, is clearly heavily based, to all member countries. So, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest the NDP and the Liberals are the ones that need to hit the reality of the world when it comes to how to address the evils and harms caused within the sex trade. And it's supported, Mr. Speaker. It's supported by leading figures within those that try and deal with human trafficking and exploitation. It's supported by many people that work as advocates in abuse centres, rehabilitation shelters. The Canadian Police Association firmly supports it, Mr. Speaker. And members of Parliament have been reaching out and talking to stakeholders. I met with sex workers to hear their perspective. They were very earnest in their presentations to me, and I appreciated that. I also listened to law enforcement and researched the Nordic model, Mr. Speaker, as every MP should. And I'd like to thank a constituent of mine from Newcastle, Tony Rita. I've had several exchanges with Tony, a 32-year veteran from the Toronto Police Service, who over decades worked with vulnerable women on the streets in Toronto. He sees the Canadian model that we're bringing in response to the Bedford decision as a way that will reduce harm, Mr. Speaker. And that should be all parliamentarians' goals in this space. So I'd like to thank Tony, law enforcement workers from across the country, and people working in shelters and with abused women for their work getting vulnerable Canadians out of this trade, Mr. Speaker. And finally, this topic goes to the root of parliamentarians as Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I'm the MP for Durham, but I'm also a father, a proud father of an 8-year-old girl who is the apple of my eye. I cannot stand in this House and say that there's any public good in creating and promoting a legalized sex trade, Mr. Speaker. I think, in fact, it's abhorrent to suggest to our young women that this should be an industry that is considered, Mr. Speaker. I want my young daughter to sit in this House one day, perhaps in the front bench, to go further than her old man. Our young women can do anything in this country, Mr. Speaker, and I think to support the institution of normalization of sex work like this is not in the public good. And it reminds me, Mr. Speaker, of the philosopher John Stuart Mill, who said, "No person is an entirely isolated being," Mr. Speaker. So Miss Bedford and a few sex workers who may feel that they are empowered and there's no social harms in their life from their participation in the sex trade, they don't speak for the homeless Aboriginal youth in Winnipeg, Mr. Speaker. They don't speak for abused women who've been forced into sex work by pimps, by, in some cases, ex-boyfriends. They don't speak for the vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. And the vulnerable are the vast majority of people drawn into prostitution. So as parliamentarians, it's our duty to ensure that our response to the Supreme Court decision in Bedford is a response that reduces harm and that discourages more people going into a practice that has drugs and crime at the center of the practice, Mr. Speaker. And I once again say, I also don't think that our response as a parliament should be to normalize this as an option for many of our young people and our young women, Mr. Speaker. Certainly that's not why I ran for parliament. Thank you very much.
Question and commentaire.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Pierre-Sainte-Bagotte. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a question that I feel is quite relevant for my colleague. I was listening to his speech, and we can see that he really believes that the criminalization will really do away with prostitution, but I don't think so. There are a lot of things that are illegal that still occur in our society, and I don't think that will fix things. I think, in my opinion, we will just make the people who are working in this profession more vulnerable. So I'm wondering, how are we going to protect these people, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that intervention. And, you know, as a lawyer, Mr. Speaker, our laws are there for a variety of reasons. We have laws on the books that, of course, are broken. And violent offenses like murder, manslaughter, those things still take place. But what laws represent is, in many ways, an attempt to discourage these activities, to show the society's condemnation of some conduct. And in this case, we're trying to show condemnation of exploitation around prostitution, Mr. Speaker. Will it root out every case? Absolutely not, and I would be foolhardy to even suggest that, Mr. Speaker. But this approach, the Canadian model, looks at the successes and the approach that many countries with similar economies, similar populations like Sweden, Norway, Iceland, and others have tried to do to reduce the social harm. Will it eradicate it, Mr. Speaker? No, but I think it's a responsible response from this government to the Bedford decision.
Question and commentaire, Lana.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the following question to the colleague across the way concerning the fact that France, for example, passed legislation that was identical at the Assemblée nationale française, and this legislation that criminalizes the purchase of sexual services made it to the Senate, and it was rejected by the Senate, which was indeed that criminalization, and sent the bill back to the Assemblée nationale. So when he says that other countries similar to Canada have this kind of legislation or are following that path, well, recently the French Senate said that having studied it, they realized that it was a provision that was absurd and that they would withdraw it from the legislation. So can you explain how moving in that direction is following in the footsteps of other countries that have similar problems?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for that question. I think his discussion of France and the French experience shows that each country is trying to address the harms inherent from prostitution in a variety of ways. This model, C36, is very similar to what Sweden, Norway, Iceland, and some others have tried. And as I said in my remarks, the Council of Europe actually recommended it for its wider 47 members as an attempt to reduce harm, Mr. Speaker, and to get at exploitation specifically. It is not a perfect solution, but it's one that has been studied carefully to try and minimize the demand for services that has led to exploitation. I'd also add to the member that we've made it a critical part of C36 that transitional funding, that $20 million that will be there to help with people to transition out of sex work is also a critical part of this discussion, Mr. Speaker, because we have to show the vulnerable that there are alternatives, and we have to support groups that are already helping people make that transition.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Pierre-Sainte-Bagotte. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to rise in this debate on the government's response to the Bedford decision, and that is to say the changes made to the criminal code in the area of prostitution. The bill amends the criminal code to create an offense to ban the purchase of sexual services. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying earlier, the things that are banned are things that happen anyway, that occur in our society, and therefore it's not really the way in which we will do away with prostitution. It's impossible to do so, I think. So in my opinion, for such a situation, it might be more interesting to take a harm reduction approach rather than take a repressive approach, as the government is proposing. This bill does not, in the end, even comply with the Supreme Court decision, nor does it comply with the Charter of Freedoms, Rights and Freedoms. So this really should be brought back to the drawing board to find a concrete solution. We can see when we look at this bill that they really didn't do so. And furthermore, they said that they expect that the bill will be subject to a legal challenge. So what is this work that they did? It's botched. There are so many other avenues that might have been explored. There are so many discussions that took place. And so I don't understand how this is what we've arrived at. Mr. Speaker, we consulted a great number of legal experts, many stakeholders, and sex workers themselves, people who are directly affected by the legislation. Over 75 witnesses were heard from at the committee, and this is what we've ended up with. Most of these witnesses said they didn't believe in this bill. So I'm wondering, and it's not just for this bill, Mr. Speaker, it's for many, many bills that we are seized with here in the House over the last 3 years. Why do we not listen to the experts? Why don't we listen to the people who are experiencing these realities? I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, and I must say it offends me as a member of Parliament. I think the minister really would have done very well to go out and find the proper references and really consult these people. It's very easy to say that you're consulting people, but sitting down with them and listening, but not listening to them, indeed, if you don't change your mind about anything. It's easy to say you've consulted them, but you haven't listened. I think that on this side of the House, we're unanimous in feeling that the measures announced by the Conservatives to help prostitutes to get out of that line of work are insufficient. We're not really attacking the true problem here. And I think that this new bill establishes new offenses, as I said, purchasing of sexual services, receiving a material benefit derived from the commission of an offense, advertisement of sexual services, and communicating in a place that's open to public view. So once again, we're just marginalizing the people who are working in this industry, and in my opinion, it's problematic.
As I was saying earlier, there's a lot of things that are prohibited in our society and that occur anyway. You can't stop everything. It's a bit like prohibition in the U.S. in the 30s. I think back then, during prohibition, there was probably more contraband than there had been before, and more problems related to alcohol than there had been before prohibition. And I think they realized the error of their ways, and they got rid of prohibition. So it's a bit like this situation here, in an attempt to marginalize women who maybe need a helping hand to get out of the sex trade, but some have no choice, or they do it by choice, and you have to respect that. They're talking about $20 million to help prostitutes get out of that line of work. That's not enough, Mr. Speaker. $20 million? That's not much to cough up and claim that it's going to solve all the problems. Concrete steps are needed, and the people affected by this have to be properly consulted. What do they actually need to change professions? Are they there out of choice? These are the kind of questions that haven't really been answered with this bill. You also need to provide for substantial funding and income support for education and training, for poverty reduction. I can't stress enough in my speeches here in the House the importance of poverty reduction measures. Then, instead of prioritizing things that will only serve to further marginalize sex trade workers, there should be a cooperative strategy, a strategy to both protect and support women. I say women, but there are also men in the same situation. What is needed, in my view, is a national strategy and adequate consultation on prostitution, women's safety, and combating organized crime, because that's what needs to be addressed. According to StatsCan, there are 156 prostitutes who've been murdered since 1991. That's 156 too many, Mr. Speaker. If this profession were better regulated, perhaps there would have been fewer murders. There are other crimes connected to prostitution, for example, assault and rape, and those are harder to prosecute because the victims are already marginalized. And it's hard to get statistics. It's like statistics on homelessness. It's hard to get accurate statistics because the very people that you want to collect statistics on are hard to identify and consult. But an expert from Simon Fraser University said that data on crimes against prostitutes, the existing data is overwhelming, because those women, they work in the shadows, and they'll be in even greater danger under this bill, and the stats will only rise. And that's not what we want here. The government should instead be trying to protect the people, particularly the most vulnerable people, and that's the case here. I'm going to wrap up, Mr. Speaker, by saying that prostitution has always existed and will always exist, whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not. But it needs to be regulated. There needs to be oversight to make sure that the sex trade workers are safe. And in my view, Bill C-36 fails miserably on that score. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to my colleague across the way, and she's focused on sex trade workers being marginalized. There's different models around the world, and some have been somewhat successful, like the Nordic model. You know, Canada's proposal is similar to the Nordic model in that it focuses on the Johns and the pimps as opposed on to the prostitutes. So it is one of the few models where it actually works in that it makes it a much safer. It still is a very high-risk vocation. And as you pointed out, likely never would disappear. But I've heard from a number of my constituents that they support the Nordic model and have encouraged Canada to consider the Nordic model. Our government is a Made in Canada model, but it's very similar. Would she support the Nordic model, and if not, why not?
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot. No, I don't support that model, Mr. Speaker. As I said in my speech, I advocate harm reduction instead of full-out suppression or elimination, which only furthers the marginalization of the most vulnerable in society. The honourable member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated my colleague's speech, and I appreciate her interest in this topic. We've often heard talk of the Nordic model, but this bill is not that at all. It's just sheer criminalization of prostitution. It is in no way a response to the Supreme Court decision, and I wonder if my colleague could comment on the fact that the Conservatives are not even listening to the Supreme Court here. We on this side of the House in the NDP have repeatedly said that we want to comply with the court decision. We want to be able to rely on the Supreme Court to put us head us in the right direction. Does my colleague agree that this bill would have to be hugely improved in order to actually respond to their ruling? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe. Yes, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. This bill needs a major overhaul. As my colleague said, the Nordic model is not necessarily the same model that we would want to apply in Canada. It's not ideal, but you need to consult people genuinely. Consult those most affected by this situation before you decide what to do. And you have to work together with the Supreme Court. Their ruling was a major undertaking, and I think as lawmakers, it's not right to flout what the Supreme Court has had to say and disregard it and head off in your own direction. I don't think that's a very serious way of going about it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have listened to this debate with great interest, and we know the Supreme Court has struck down our existing rules. We know we need new rules. We've come up with what we believe is a solution that's going to deal with this. But from what I'm hearing from the NDP, is their position that we should be legalizing? Because they speak very nice words and have lots of very generic kind of comments, but I haven't actually heard what they believe we should be doing, and I guess my question is she saying legalization?
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. What is needed is to have some kind of regulation and some kind of consultation. I keep saying that, but you have to consult people to know what they need. So, and the sex trade has to be regulated to make sure that people working in the sex trade are safe and healthy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to join third reading debate in support of Bill C-36, the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act. Bill C-36 has now been studied by the House of Commons Committee on Justice and Human Rights in July 2014 and pre-studied by the Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs now in September. The bill is well on its way toward enactment before the expiry of the Supreme Court of Canada's one-year suspension of its December 20th, 2013 Bedford decision, which would otherwise result in decriminalization of most adult prostitution-related activities in Canada. Bill C-36 places Canada among other like-minded jurisdictions that have taken or are considering taking an approach that treats prostitution as a form of sexual exploitation that targets the victims, primarily women and girls, including those disadvantaged by socioeconomic factors such as youth, poverty, drug addiction, or a history of abuse. Such an approach aspires to abolish prostitution as a harmful gendered practice. It has been garnering widespread international support, and not just in those countries that have implemented it. For example, Mr. Speaker, a March 2014 all-party parliamentary report in the United Kingdom recommended implementation of a version of this approach, and both the Council of Europe and the European Parliament have endorsed it. This is not just because the approach has been effective in achieving its objectives. It is also because it avoids the negative effects of the alternative, decriminalization or legalization. Research shows that decriminalization and legalization lead to growth of the sex industry. Demand increases in a decriminalized or legalized regime, as does the supply required to meet that demand, which is disproportionately drawn from vulnerable populations. The result is an increase in the exploitation of vulnerable groups. Facilitating prostitution for those who claim to freely choose it results in a greater number of those who do not freely choose it being subjected to prostitution. This is what would happen in Canada if we fail to respond to the Bedford decision. Research also shows that decriminalization and legalization are linked to higher rates of human trafficking for sexual exploitation. There is significant profit to be made from prostituting the disempowered, who are so often unable to enforce their rights, and the unscrupulous stop at nothing to maximize their profits. They may tout themselves as a helper or a legitimate bodyguard, but it is in their interest to encourage and even coerce the prostitution of those they claim to protect. That is another reason why a regime that treats sex work as a legitimate profession results in higher rates of exploitative conducts. Exploiters can hide behind a veneer of legitimacy. Some who disagree with Bill C-36's approach have said that it is bad policy to work toward abolishing prostitution when some freely choose to sell their own sexual services and are content with that choice. The two committees that have studied Bill C-36 heard from some individuals who say that they choose sex work as their profession and that they should not be prevented from earning a living in the manner of their choosing. I accept that some support decriminalization and condone the trade in sexual services between consenting adults. But I do not accept that such a policy choice is better for everyone implicated in the prostitution industry, including the communities in which it is practiced and society at large. All agree that those subjected to prostitution disproportionately come from marginalized backgrounds, and all agree that high levels of violence and trauma are associated with involvement in prostitution. The disagreement lies in how the law should address these serious concerns. Why does Bill C-36 reject decriminalization in favor of an approach that treats prostitution as a form of sexual exploitation? The research on jurisdictions that have decriminalized or legalized prostitution provides one answer to this question. As I have already outlined, research shows that decriminalization is linked to growth in the sex industry and higher rates of human trafficking for sexual exploitation. That means an increase in vulnerable people being drawn into prostitution, an increase in abuse of those in positions of vulnerability, an increase in use of coercive practices to draw the vulnerable in and keep them in, and at the end of that continuum of exploitative conduct, an increase in human trafficking. Bill C-36 would prevent the harmful effects of decriminalization. Those individuals who claim to freely choose prostitution also say that they don't need its proposed prostitution offenses, that offenses such as human trafficking, forcible confinement, assault, and sexual assault provide them with sufficient protection against abuse while involved in a trade that is well known for that abuse. That may be so for those who have some control over the sale of their own sexual services. But what about those who don't? We know from the committee hearings that many do not choose prostitution. Many are subjected to it by force, meted out by those who would profit from this trade, or because of seriously constrained options from which to choose. Should we afford this group the law's protection only once someone has committed a violent offense against them? And how do we ensure that they are sufficiently empowered to report such abuse when it occurs? It has been well recognized, including by the Supreme Court of Canada in its 1992 Downey decision, that the fear of reprisal from exploitative third parties too often keeps the exploited silent. They are afraid, and understandably so. Exploiters have an obvious incentive to keep the vulnerable in prostitution, and many do so through horrific forms of abuse. How do we stop this trajectory? The answer is simple. We say no to prostitution by targeting those who fuel the demand for it and those who profit from the trade. And this is what Bill C-36 does. It prioritizes those who do not choose prostitution. Prostitution targets the vulnerable, so Bill C-36 targets those who buy their sexual services and those who capitalize on the sale of those services. This means that law enforcement has the tools required to intervene before any member of that vulnerable group is assaulted, sexually assaulted, forcibly confined, or trafficked. That law enforcement can prevent the more serious crimes associated with prostitution from happening in the first place. These are the reasons why Bill C-36 says no to decriminalization. These are the reasons why Bill C-36 says no to prostitution. Put simply, there are too many risks associated with this practice. A burgeoning sex industry means an increase in vulnerable persons selling their own sexual services because of lack of meaningful options or through force, a corresponding increase in the violence and trauma caused by subjection to prostitution, an increase in associated crime, such as drug-related offenses and human trafficking, and the normalization of a gendered practice that implicates the equality rights of those vulnerable groups so at risk of subjection to it. Mr. Speaker, I stand with those survivors, some of whom courageously testified before both committees and detailed the horrific abuse they suffered in prostitution. They have told their stories again and again to ensure that this type of abuse stops. They also told the committee that Bill C-36 sends a message. That message is that we are all deserving of dignity, equality, and respect. The law should not allow the powerful to use and abuse the less powerful. I ask my colleagues to stand with me and the brave women who shared their stories of pain and suffering to improve Canadian society. I ask my colleagues to join me in support of Bill C-36.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Trois.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières.
Bien sûr, on diverge passablement sur l'approche, mais
Of course, our approaches are quite different, but one thing we might agree on is the support that could be provided to women who want to get out of the sex trade. Does my colleague think that the $20 million to be shared among 10 provinces and 3 territories is completely ridiculous? And yet that could have been the anchor for a bill that might truly have led to change. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, the $20 million in new funding to assist sellers of sexual services is in addition to other related federal initiatives, including the National Action Plan to combat human trafficking, the National Crime Prevention Strategy, the Victims Fund, the Aboriginal Justice Strategy, and funding to address the issue of missing and murdered Aboriginal women. The provinces and territories, which are primarily responsible for the delivery of many of the services needed by persons seeking to exit prostitution, such as housing, social and medical services, occupational training, and victim services, also provide significant resources. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments made by my colleague, and I'm also reflecting the comments made by the NDP before she spoke. The NDP highlighted that they wanted regulations and harm reduction regarding prostitution. It sounds to me like they actually want legalization with harm reduction. What has she heard from her constituents and from Canadians, particularly consultation that went on prior to the C-36? I heard that Canadians do not want to have it legalized, prostitution. They want to follow the Nordic model. So what has she heard, and what does she think of the NDP's position of legalization?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. Mr. Speaker, the debate about the harmful effects of prostitution has been long-standing, long before the Bedford decision was handed down and the one-year suspension. I have heard from community organizations, individuals, and communities, and they have been calling for a change to our prostitution laws as the awareness of these harmful effects continue to grow. Bill C-36 puts Canada squarely among other jurisdictions that have taken or are considering taking an approach that treats prostitution as a form of sexual exploitation that targets the victims, primarily women and girls, including those disadvantaged by socioeconomic factors such as youth, poverty, drug addiction, or a history of abuse. This approach aspires to abolish prostitution as a harmful gendered practice and avoids the negative effects of decriminalization or legalization, and I would call upon all members of the NDP and the Liberal to support this very important piece of legislation.
Questions? Time for a short question. The Honourable Member for Skaney-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the Parliamentary Secretary and her views and her concerns for those that are affected by prostitution. And I take her word on it, that she's concerned about these things, then one would assume that the bill that the government brought forward would be a charter-proof bill, what's called a bill that will pass a charter challenge. in order to actually come into law and then affect those that she's concerned about. We've sought evidence that the government actually knows that this bill has good confidence to pass through a Supreme Court challenge. Otherwise, this is all for naught. All her words, all the gestures within the Act are meaningless if the bill can never be enacted into law and maintained in law. So would she be able to provide the House with some evidence, some advice given to her by the Justice Department and Council that this bill is in fact constitutional and thereby something that will actually change the lives of the people that we are talking about today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, it's important to remember that Bill C-36 is a made-in-Canada approach that has two essential parts. The first is criminal law reform, and the second addresses support for vulnerable persons to help them leave prostitution. This two-pronged approach aims to, one, criminalize those who fuel and perpetuate the demand for prostitution through the purchase of sexual services, and second, to protect those who sell their own sexual services, vulnerable persons and communities from the harms associated with prostitution. This legislation is our government's comprehensive approach to address prostitution, and I would encourage that member to support it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Waundafuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak against Bill C-36 at report stage, and really glad to get an opportunity to do so despite the Conservatives' use of time allocation once again. I want to speak because I remained opposed to this government's rush to recriminalize sex work in the aftermath of the Supreme Court's decision in the Bedford case. Once again, with C-36, the government has refused to listen to the Supreme Court, who sent a clear message in the Bedford decision that sex workers have the right to safety and should not have their situation made more dangerous by having new prescriptions put in the criminal code. I couldn't, like most Canadians, tune in to all this summer's Justice Committee hearings, but I did hear and see a great deal of testimony, and I read much more of it. I was struck by two things. One was the selective nature of the government's witnesses, most of whom had experienced a great tragedy concerning a family member who had been involved in sex work or who themselves had been victims of crime while involved in sex work. Each of these stories for me had a common theme, and I do not in any way wish to diminish the extent of the harm suffered by those individuals who testified, but in each of these cases the harm done was the result of a criminal act, which was and would remain a criminal act whether or not there are restrictions placed on sex work in the criminal code. Murder remains illegal, assault remains illegal, human trafficking and coercion remain illegal. So I draw a different conclusion from these tragic stories than members of the government side. What these stories tell me is that we ought to do everything we can to make sure that sex work is safer. And that is the theme of the Bedford decision from the Supreme Court. The second theme I noticed coming from both government witnesses and from government members themselves was the tendency to label all sex workers as victims, to see them as poor, unfortunate people who need to be saved. Most of the sex workers themselves who testified rejected this label of victim. Many asserted they chose sex work, some entirely freely, and some as a result of the limited choices they had in front of them. But the vast majority of sex workers emphasized their own choice, their own autonomy, their own control over their lives, and they've been very clear they wish to retain or enhance that freedom to choose for themselves. Just this week, we had an important research study released which had been funded by the Canadian Institutes of Health. Researchers interviewed 218 sex workers in 6 communities across the country, plus 1,252 clients and 80 police officers. This is actual evidence with regard to sex work. The researchers found that sex workers in general overwhelmingly rejected this characterization as victims, with more than 80% of both sex workers and clients saying that sex workers control the terms of these transactions. There was one other thing I noted in these hearings, though perhaps even more in the Senate pre-study hearings. I must say at times I felt that sex workers who appeared were shown an astonishing lack of respect by Conservative committee members. This has been communicated back to me as a Member of Parliament directly by more than one witness who appeared. As I said in debate at second reading, I have had long contact with sex workers in my riding, stretching back to my days as a city councillor. In my community, we are fortunate to have a sex worker-run self-help organization called PEERS. PEERS is an acronym that probably still means something formal, but in our community, it simply has come to mean an organization that cares for and helps those involved in sex work. PEERS has offered everything from bad date lists to a drop-in center to education and housing assistance. Unfortunately, like many valuable organizations in the community, PEERS is now struggling with severe funding issues, and the amount the government has allocated as $20 million will do little to help out these organizations in their very important work. As a result of my contact with peers, I have had several opportunities to meet with sex workers, both discussing the upcoming Bedford decision and then the decision after it came down, and this legislation before it came to second reading. Before speaking today, I was fortunate to be able to participate last Friday in a community forum organized by peers called Decriminalizing the Sex Industry, Beyond the Myths and Misconceptions. The format was a diverse panel of 8 members responding to audience questions after some brief opening statements. The panel was moderated by Jody Patterson, one of the founding sisters of peers, and someone I much admire for taking her journalism and turning it into advocacy for sex workers. And I have to say, I was surprised to find more than 120 people in attendance at a panel on a very sunny Friday afternoon. I was privileged to be one of the panel members as it gave me a chance to interact with 7 real experts on sex work and to learn from their experience. There were 3 sex workers or former sex workers on the panel. Catherine Healy, the National Coordinator of the New Zealand Prostitutes Collective, Natasha Potvin, a Peers Board member, and Lisa Ordell, a Métis woman and registered massage therapist. The panel included Staff Sergeant Todd Wellman, head of the Victoria Police Department Special Victims Unit, and Gillian Calder, a professor of family and constitutional law at the University of Victoria. It also included 2 scientific researchers on sex work, Dr. Sarah Hunt, a Quag Youth researcher who has done work with First Nations women involved in sex work for more than 20 years, and Chris Atchison from the UVic Department of Sociology, one of the researchers on the study that was published this week. I've spent a lot of time describing this panel in the House today because this panel, and indeed virtually every person attending the forum, agreed on some common themes and a common conclusion. Their conclusion was that Bill C-36 will make the lives of sex workers even more dangerous. Professor Calder made it clear that the Supreme Court sent us in the House a clear message that it was our responsibility not to recriminalize sex work, but to legislate in a way that makes sex work safer and provides greater protection for the rights of sex workers. I have already spoken of Chris Atchison's study and its rejection of the argument that sex workers are ipso facto victims. He also spoke eloquently of the direct connection between sex workers being able to communicate openly with their clients and the safety of their work. His research shows how criminalizing Johns would make that communication inevitably more furtive, more hurried, and therefore make sex work more dangerous. Staff Sergeant Wellman spoke eloquently from his perspective as a 27-year veteran police officer and his 5 years as the head of a special victims unit. He identified the importance of sex workers feeling able to communicate freely with police. If that's not the case, he stressed, investigating things like violence and exploitation of sex workers becomes even more difficult for the police, and preventing the kind of tragedies that many government witnesses spoke about becomes nearly impossible. Clearly, those provisions in C-36 that criminalize sex workers will make police work harder. Dr. Sarah Hunt challenged us to ask those national First Nations organizations who have expressed support for this bill to demonstrate that they've actually spoken to First Nations women involved in sex work or in sex work research and support roles. She challenged their right to speak for First Nations without doing this work. The very presence of 2 First Nations women on this panel spoke volumes about whether those claims to speak for all First Nations women should be accepted. Catherine Healy, in turn, challenged us to ask those who cite New Zealand as a negative example of the impacts of legalizing sex work to present their evidence. She clearly showed that the evidence, in fact, shows a reduction in violence against women in the sex industry in New Zealand. She challenged the assertions made before us in this House that there's been an increase in underage women in sex work in New Zealand or an increase in trafficking of women to New Zealand as entirely without foundation, as simply false. I know my time is running short, so let me begin to close by citing just 2 more things from the forum. One was the importance of the safe space it created for sex workers like Natasha Potvin and Lisa Ordell and members of the audience to tell their stories. There was moving testimony in the form of Lisa Ordell's mother simply showing up and identifying herself as Lisa's mother in order to support her daughter. There was moving testimony from audience members about the stigma attached to being a sex worker and the resulting social isolation, making their struggles to escape alcoholism, addiction, and violence even more difficult. So my conclusion is that our decision on Bill C-36 should not be about whether any of us like or do not like sex work, but instead it should be based on what will make these women, men, and transgender Canadians who are already involved in sex work safer. whatever their story, however they arrived there. I want to close with some questions I think we must ask ourselves as members of Parliament before we vote on this bill. As a result of Bill C-36, will sex workers be able to conduct negotiations with potential clients in ways that allow them to be sure of who they're dealing with and in ways that help them avoid bad dates? This would help keep them safe. As a result of Bill C-36, will sex workers be able to communicate openly with police when they need protection against violence, coercion, and exploitation? This would keep them safe. As a result of Bill C-36, will sex workers be able to participate in society without the stigma attached to their work, denying them access to services and rights that the rest of us enjoy without a thought? This would help keep them safe. As a result of C-36, will there be less violence against women in Canada? For me, Bill C-36 clearly fails on all these counts. I'm sorry that this bill will pass this Parliament, and I'm even sorrier for the harm that will result in the time that will take to challenge it in court, and the time it will take for the Supreme Court to rule it unconstitutional, just like the criminal code provisions that preceded it were invalidated in the Bedford decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 1:15 p.m. pursuant to an order made on Thursday, September 25th, 2014, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the report stage of the bill now before the House. The question is on motion number 1, and a vote on this motion also applies to motions number 2 to 52. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. Agreed? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Monday, September 29, 2014, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. The Recorded Division will also apply to motions number 2 to 52. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising on point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at my watch, and if you look at your watch, I think the time is now 1:30, if you agree.
The Parliamentary Secretary moves that the clock be seen as 1:30. Does he have unanimous consent for this? Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Resuming, or rather, commencement of debate at second reading of Bill C-579, an act to reduce the effects of urban heat islands on the health of Canadians, standing in the name of Ms. Ayala. Ms. Ayala, seconded by Mr. Aubin, moves that Bill C-579, an act to reduce the effects of urban heat islands on the health of Canadians, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to be here before you today to speak to my Bill C-579, an act to reduce the effects of urban heat islands on the health of Canadians. I will begin by explaining to you what a heat island is. This term refers to urban areas that are much hotter than surrounding areas. In urban areas, infrastructure tends to absorb large amounts of solar radiation and release it in the form of heat, and this creates heat islands. At nighttime, this difference can be up to 12 degrees in the most serious cases. I would like to make my colleagues here aware of the public health issue this represents. And to do so, I will explain to my colleagues how I came to be interested in this issue that is growing. I will explain to them how we were made aware of this issue by public health officers in my riding, Honoré-Mercier. I will explain how we drafted the bill in response to needs expressed by the community, and how we worked in concert with organizations that are already engaged on the ground to offer concrete solutions in urban communities. I will also explain how, for months now, we have received a wave of support for this simple bill, but one that requires a fundamental support from the federal government. I sincerely believe that once the members of this House learn more about the impacts of urban heat islands on Canadians' health, they will unreservedly support my bill. At least I hope so. So I'll give you a bit of context. On May 7th, 2011, after the election, I went to an activity which was a meeting with the mayor of Rivière-des-Prairies, and there were also public health officers there. And this issue came to my attention. These people told me about heat islands and told me that in my riding of Honoré-Mercier, or rather that this riding is one of the largest heat islands in Quebec. In the east of Montreal, there is a disturbingly high number of children with asthma, and this is what first alerted the Public Health Office. When they looked for the reasons behind this, they discovered the scope of the negative impacts of high temperatures and scorching heat on citizens who live in areas which, during a heat wave, become heat islands. The negative impacts on health generated by this phenomenon affect all Canadians who live in cities, and because there's pollution that goes along with it. And we know that over 80% of Canadians live in urban centres. So this is already a good reason to study this matter. Because if we solve health problems, we'll save the provinces a lot of money. We can add to this list people who live where the urban density is highest, where concrete buildings are side by side with asphalted parking lots. Often it is the poorest people or the people with mobility problems, seniors, who live close to these local services. Therefore, the most vulnerable Canadians are the hardest hit by the negative impacts of heat islands on health. Seniors, children, and pregnant women. You will thus understand, Mr. Speaker, how urgent it is for the government to act more strongly on this matter. In order to understand the symptoms associated with heat islands, I would like to tell my colleagues about some research that my team and I have done on this. So, a heat island is an urban area where the temperature of the air and the ground is higher than in surrounding areas. This temperature difference can reach up to 12 degrees, but is generally around 5 or 6 degrees. So imagine the effects of humidity on Montreal, and if you add just 5 degrees to hot days, it's very hot. So imagine an area where the inhabitants are hit with scorching heat and a temperature that is higher than 12 degrees than the surrounding areas. Imagine the impacts on their health. And the concrete grounds or an asphalt surface absorbs heat and prevents the water from infiltrating into the ground. So everyone is affected. So just imagine this. Imagine that your car breaks down, and so you have to walk in. You have to go into a shopping center, and imagine walking barefoot on an asphalted parking surface. So that hurts. It's hot. So then you get into the shopping center and things are much better because there's air conditioning. But imagine walking barefoot right on the pavement. How long are you going to stand there? It hurts. It's going to burn your feet. So some of these materials accumulate heat during the day, and then they release it into the air at nighttime. So even if you open the windows, it's still hot. So they increase the impact of this phenomenon. In addition, the inhabitants of these urban areas tend to have air conditioning, and that causes even more heat to be released into the air. So this is what is called a vicious circle. And once again, it is the most vulnerable Canadians, seniors, children, and people who are ill, who have no way where to turn to get away from this scorching heat. during the day, the only place they can go is shopping centers to cool off. But when these centers close for the evening, these people have to go back to their scorchingly hot apartments or homes where it makes them ill. And it's worse for people who have a disease or for children. So why did this become a health issue? Well, the Montreal Public Health Office reported that during hot days, the mortality rate was 20% higher among people living in heat islands than on average. Health Canada also reported that there were 8,000 deaths between 1979 and 2003, exclusively caused by exposure to high temperatures and scorching heat. And in Europe, 70,000 people died during the heat wave in 2003. We saw that on TV. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? So there are a great many people who suffer in silence. There are many symptoms: weakness, heart attacks, cramps, fatigue, discomfort, respiratory insufficiencies, and other factors. So, you know, there are solutions. There are solutions. So people who are already sick, if they are not vigilant and do not hydrate themselves, they could endanger their lives. And there are people who live alone, people who are old. So when I understand that many of these people simply, they don't know about these problems and the impacts it has on their health, I realized that something had to be done. So my English is not good, but I'm just going to say that there are certain ridings. So what is happening in my riding is happening in Calgary Centre, Fleetwood, Port Gills, St. Boniface, and Vancouver. So I just wanted to point this out to some people, and I would be pleased to be sure to share with my colleagues some scientific data on heat islands. Why am I moving this bill? Because I'm calling on the Minister of the Environment, in conjunction with the provincial ministers responsible for health and with representatives of municipalities, to establish a national strategy to reduce the effects of urban heat islands. There are already people in private enterprise who have taken measures to fight this phenomenon by getting to the root of the problem. There are companies here in Canada that have been able to take certain measures. For example, I met someone on a plane in Edmonton, and he was the head of a company. He said, yes, we've imported technologies from Europe, and this can be done in Canada, and it creates jobs. This is the best argument in favor of this bill. The solutions exist, and we need to make the public aware of this phenomenon. And I believe that this project brings hopes. This bill brings hope. I'm talking about national action that needs to be taken, because certain municipalities have taken action, but if we all work together at all different levels of government, we will really save money, because we will fix health problems. So we need to put in place measures that benefit all citizens. Mr. Speaker, the solutions exist, and they work, because all community actors are involved, whether it be businesses who can modernize their infrastructure thanks to greening measures, or municipalities that also put in place re-greening measures, and when they build and renovate buildings. And there are also companies that can put in place measures to evaluate these heat islands. So everyone should be able to contribute to this fight against heat islands. The federal government should also do its fair share. So this bill does not bring forward all the solutions, but what I am proposing is let's work together to find solutions. So I'm calling on the assistance of all my colleagues and from all parties. I want to make you aware of this problem, and I can give you more information so that we can help our colleagues, because these people in heat islands are suffering. I think that national cooperation for such a strategy would maximize effectiveness, would have good impacts on communities to fight against the impacts of these problems. So we are an outdoor country, so we can be a model for many other countries. They do this already in Germany. Many countries and large cities in the world already have strategies to fight against these negative impacts. In Germany, there is a building code and a federal act that obliges municipalities to ensure sustainable development and protect the natural landscape. In the United States, the federal government can provide financial and technical assistance to states to set up urban forestry plans and encourages research on the role of vegetation canopies in order to mitigate the effects of urban heat islands. Chicago, Illinois is a leader in the United States in terms of green roofs. During the last century, the temperature in Tokyo increased 5 times more rapidly than on average for the rest of the world. And now Tokyo is imposing greening measures on at least 20% of roofs. So we have good reasons to act for the health of Canadians. So I am urging you, I am begging you to support this bill because together we can do better for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
No, Mr. Speaker. Actually, obviously we are opposed to this and have a bit of a different approach. Our government's position on this is plain and simple. Bill C-579, an act to reduce the effect of urban heat islands on the health of Canadians, is not the right approach for Canadians. Indeed, our government is already taking action.
Order. Is the parliamentary? This is questions and comments to the other. Is this a question or? Pardon me. Okay, we will resume debate in a moment. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Honoré Mercier, not just for the insight she brings to this issue, but also for the relevance of this issue that she raises. This is something that we see rarely from our friends opposite. But the NDP wants to make sure that future generations will live in an environment as healthy as the one we currently enjoy. And her bill fits in with the environmental vision and the environmental view that you have to act locally. And when we say locally, of course, we mean at the riding level, the municipal level, the provincial level, and of course, nationwide. My question is, and I fear the answer, is Canada once again going to be the only OECD country without a policy on this matter? Now, remember for Honoré Mercier. Yes, but we can always catch up. So I hope we can catch up and even go further. We're going to deal with Canadians' health. We always have to keep up the hope. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank and congratulate my colleague on her speech. I lived in Honoré Mercier for a few years, and I know there are highways, freeways, and refineries there, and the problem of heat islands is a real one in that riding. So, of course, there's municipal and federal and provincial governments, should they work together to solve this problem? The Honourable Member, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and that is true. That's the whole goal of this bill, is to get all 3 levels of government working together. That's going to save money. It'll improve people's quality of life. So yes, everyone has to work together. We live in the same country, so why not? Questions and comments? The Honourable for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you see, this is a subject that I care deeply about. Can the member for Honoré Mercier tell us whether there are steps being taken provincially to deal with heat islands? The member for Honoré Mercier. Well, obviously it's cheaper to go see the doctor if you have an appointment. So when you have a child with asthma, if a person's going to have to spend a few days in the hospital, if you can deal with the root causes of that asthma, which are heat islands, that'll save the province's money, that'll save the healthcare system money, and it'll save money for the entire country. So there's an economic dimension to this. There's not just an abstract issue. This is going to save money for all levels of government if we deal with it. Questions and comments? Resuming debate.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Our government's position on this is plain and simple. Bill 579, an act to reduce the effect of urban heat islands on the health of Canadians, is not the right approach for Canada. Indeed, our government is already taking action to help Canadians adapt to the changes in climate and mitigate health risks related to extreme heat. Our approach has been to recognize that urban communities across Canada have different priorities, characteristics, and capacities to address local health issues related to a changing climate. We've sought to work with Canadians in ways that respect these variances and which are not prescriptive. I would like to highlight a few of these examples. Since 2008, Health Canada has worked with federal, provincial, and municipal partners to enhance the resiliency of communities and individual Canadians to the health impacts of extreme heat. In fact, I served for many years on the Toronto Regional Conservation Authority and the Credit Valley Conservation Authority. A key component of our initiative has been the development of heat alert and response systems in communities across the country and raising awareness of heat health risks amongst individuals, health professionals, and communities. We've provided information to help communities decide when to issue heat alerts, assisted in developing messaging for vulnerable populations, such as seniors and children, and informed public health authorities and emergency management officials of measures that can be put in place to reduce heat-related illnesses and deaths in their communities. We've been successful because we've relied on a collaborative approach across different levels of government to build capacity, not a one-size-fits-all framework as is proposed in this bill. Indeed, the ability of this government to work with varied jurisdictions is leading towards the implementation of province-wide heat alert and response systems in Manitoba, Alberta, and Ontario. Even something as simple as addressing air pollution can help mitigate some health impacts of extreme heat. Health Canada officials have worked with officials from Environment Canada to roll out the Air Quality Health Index across the country. On a daily basis, I'm sure many Canadians are familiar with this index. It provides Canadians with air quality forecasts and health messages that seek to provide Canadians with balanced information regarding the benefits of maintaining an active lifestyle versus the risks associated with prolonged outdoor exposure to air pollution. Again, our approach has been to provide Canadians and communities with the tools to help them make informed decisions and take meaningful actions to reduce health risks for themselves and their families. Our government set the Canadian Ambient Air Quality Standards in 2013. These new health-based Canadian Ambient Air Quality Standards set the bar, so to speak, for managing the two key components of smog, fine particulate matter and ground-level ozone. Over the last decade, under the Clean Air Regulatory Agenda, this government has enacted a series of regulations to reduce air pollution from motor vehicles. This initiative for improved air quality overall translates into reduced health risks, particularly during heat events. Finally, Mr. Speaker, allow me to highlight how we're working with Canadians to help them adapt to a changing climate. In 2010-2011, Health Canada held a series of workshops in Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, and Vancouver, Windsor, Winnipeg, just to discuss how to bring health authorities and community planners together to address health and the built environment. Research on extreme heat and air quality is being conducted across Canada to inform policy decisions at the local level. The findings are being shared at all levels of government so that communities can develop approaches that fit their particular needs within their own time frames. For example, the City of Windsor has developed urban recommendations that were submitted to their City Council as part of their broader climate change adaptation strategy. The city is presently working with Health Canada on improving thermal comfort in its urban parks and playgrounds to improve healthy and active living. Similar success stories are occurring in other partner communities all across Ontario. Results from community projects will be disseminated to stakeholders across Canada in presentations and case studies to help raise awareness and to support action at the local level. In addition to this, Health Canada has in place a webinar series called Cool Communities, which is helping to share the results and lessons learned from community-based initiatives with a national and international audience. Through this effort, we're linking public health officials, landscape architects, planners, local, provincial, and federal government employees and academics so they can share best practices. Indeed, since 2007, our government has invested over $2 billion towards 1,400 green infrastructure projects across Canada through a number of targeted programs as part of the Building Canada and Canada's Economic Action Plan. Now that I've outlined the benefits and early successes of our current collaborative approach with provinces and municipalities, I would like to tell you why this government will not be supporting C579 and why we will instead continue to support ongoing collaborative efforts. This bill duplicates cooperative federal efforts that the government has already put in place with provinces and municipalities to adapt to changes in climate and mitigate health risks. It also creates jurisdictional overlaps with provinces, which could have a negative impact on current cooperative efforts underway with several municipalities. The jurisdictional overlaps created by this bill would also make the government accountable for activities over which it has no control. The NDP simply needs to realize that the solution to everything is not a new national strategy and broad spending promises. Though this legislation should not be wholly surprising to this House, given that its genesis is in a party that's proposing a $20 billion carbon tax. Even laying aside the lopsided approach proposed in this bill, we simply cannot support legislation that so clearly infringes on provincial, territorial, and municipal jurisdiction. Our government has already established effective programming through the Clean Air Agenda without the need for this bill. The work we are already undertaking with respect to the Air Quality Health Index allows Canadians to limit their exposure to air pollution, while our health-based Canadian ambient air quality standards will improve air quality, thus reducing health risks during heat waves. More importantly, through our Heat Resiliency Initiative and the successful implementation of heat alert and response systems, we're creating awareness of the dangers to one's health from extreme heat events. A 2010 report of the Office of the Auditor General highlighted the successes of the Heat Resiliency Initiative in generating and sharing information for use. Most importantly, the audit stated that this government is creating awareness that extreme heat is a health concern and is making that information available and understandable to Canadians. By continuing to work with willing communities and targeting funding to address local concerns related to air quality and extreme heat, this government is taking concrete actions to protect and promote the health of Canadians. To reiterate and to conclude, C579 is not required to protect Canadians from the health impacts associated with extreme heat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for West Mount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to take the floor to speak to Bill C-579, an act to reduce the effects of urban heat islands on the effects of Canadians, which is put forward by my colleague for Honoré Mercier. The purpose of the bill is to reduce the effects of urban heat islands. I live in the kind of urban setting we're talking about in Montreal, and as the bill defines it, a An urban heat island means a built-up area in an urban environment in which the average air temperature is markedly greater, as much as 12 degrees Celsius hotter than in nearby rural areas.
Urbanized is a good example of a region that is affected adversely by this phenomenon. As the City of Montreal grew, forested areas and vegetation were cut down to create office buildings, parking lots, and residential complexes. These kinds of structures absorb heat much more readily and result in localized rises in temperature. Les îlots de chaleur se
Heat islands form on the surface and in the atmosphere. On hot summer days, the temperature on the surface of buildings and parking lots can be 27 to 50 degrees higher than the surrounding air temperature, and in the evening, the heat given off causes the air temperature to remain high. High temperatures in urban heat islands, particularly in summertime, can have an effect on the environment and on the quality of life of communities. Heat islands have many effects, including increased energy consumption, increased pollutants being released into the atmosphere, including greenhouse gas emissions, adverse effects on human health, degradation of the water quality, and in Toronto it's estimated that there are 120 premature deaths due to extreme heat. These figures may be much higher because mortality rates spike in very hot summers. Higher daytime temperatures can compromise health if the mercury doesn't drop sufficiently at night and if there's a high level of smog. According to the American Environmental Protection Agency, extreme heat can cause respiratory problems, exhaustion, heat cramps, and heat stroke. And it also can cause increased mortality due to heat.
Island Summit in Toronto, which was attended by local decision makers, heat researchers, and industry representatives, concluded that the issue cannot be tackled by a single measure or by a single municipal department. This is why it is important to have federal government leadership. This bill has several objectives. First, the Minister of Health and the Minister of the Environment must establish a national strategy to reduce the effects of urban heat islands that includes the following elements. A, create a public awareness campaign on air quality and heat islands. B, develop an inventory prioritizing heat islands. C, develop action plans that must address 1, the management of urban biodiversity, 2, the promotion of community green projects, 3, the protection of natural areas, 4, the establishment of greening areas to be developed, and 5, the promotion of public transit and sustainable transportation. Within 90 days of this act coming into force, the minister must convene a national conference establishing this strategy.
This bill is concerned with Canadians' health and safety, as well as the health of their environment. It calls on the federal government to show leadership in working together with the provinces, territories, and municipalities, as well as experts, in order to come up with an action plan. I know this probably looks awful to the current government, the idea of having to work together with the provinces and scientists and show some leadership on the environment. But we can only hope, we can always hope, that someday they may change and come around. Many municipalities have tried to tackle this issue, but their efforts are very dispersed and they don't have the depth needed to produce true results. Some of the steps taken have been to increase greening, more parks, more green roofs, more gardens on rooftops. more reflective materials.
Solutions that can help mitigate the effects of urban heat islands. As Dorothy McGuire, a PhD student in natural resource sciences at McGill University, in my writing, wrote in a recent article, and I quote, "Researchers have found that the effects of heat islands can be reduced through innovative urban planning and design that increases the amount of urban green space. Vegetation in the city cools surface temperatures by increasing the amount of heat reflected back into the atmosphere, called the albedo effect. The same way that we sweat to cool our bodies, vegetation reflects sunlight and releases water into the atmosphere to cool the city down. Trees also provide shade, reducing the exposure of heat-absorbing surfaces to sunlight and giving us city dwellers a cool place to relax. We need to encourage strategies to reduce the urban heat island effect in Montreal, like developing green roofs, preserving existing natural areas, and reforesting degraded ones. Des mesures semblables à celles
Steps like those proposed in this bill have been taken since the early 2000s with convincing, compelling results. There is no doubt that heat islands are a problem in urban centers, and what this bill proposes should improve public health, the quality of the environment and water in urban and suburban areas, not to mention rural areas even. The problems affecting environmental health need to be addressed in order to come up with more effective and sustainable solutions. Studies show that urban heat islands have negative effects on water quality, on atmospheric pollution, air pollution, stress, and the spread of bacterial diseases. As I said before, there are a number of examples, documented examples, to show how effective these steps can be in reducing urban heat islands and improving public health and in the quality of the environment in cities, and also energy efficiency. This bill is important. It focuses on the environment and on health. These are two issues that I care about, as do my constituents. I'd like to thank the member for putting this bill forward, and I look forward to the ensuing debate. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity today to speak to Bill C-579, put forward by my colleague from Honoré Mercier. The purpose of this bill would be to reduce the effects of urban heat islands on the health of Canadians. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the environment is something that Canadians care deeply about. So since I was elected in 2011, in addition to working together with many local organizations on environmental issues, such as our regional council, the association, and another regional association, urban heat islands is one very serious concern that we share, and government should address this as quickly as possible for the good of Canadians. Let's begin by defining what an urban heat island is. A heat island is a built-up area in an urban environment in which the average air temperature is markedly greater, as much as 12 degrees Celsius hotter than in nearby rural areas. These heat islands are caused by human activity in urban settings, whether it's urbanization, transportation, or pollution, or the lack of plants. And the effects on the public are direct effects. For example, in Montreal, on hot days, it's been found that the mortality rate jumps by 20%. So heat islands are affecting Canadians' health by raising the temperature. when there are heat waves and increased air pollution. Between 1973 and 2003, almost 8,000 deaths occurred in Canada during heat waves, and it's clear that a good number of those deaths occurred in heat islands. So that's a problem we have to address as parliamentarians, because it's not just a matter of public health. It's an alarm bell about the consequences of environmental inaction by successive Liberal and Conservative governments over the decades. The existence of heat islands and effects have been known for years, and yet no Liberal or Conservative government has ever addressed the issue. There is no national strategy to reduce the effects of urban heat islands on the health of Canadians. No collaborative work has been done between the provinces, cities, and federal government on this issue. We need some leadership on this file, as on many other issues. And the NDP is the party that's showing leadership by addressing the urgent problems facing our society. I'm proud of my colleague from Honoré Mercier for the leadership she's showing on this file. And the official opposition, its leader, the future Prime Minister of Canada, has always defended these interests and put them above lobbyists' interests. This leadership was also evident when I sat on the Environment and Sustainable Development Committee. We heard from a number of experts who came to speak about the danger of deforestation and cutting down trees in urban areas. In Laval, and I'd like to take the opportunity to salute Guy Garand and Christine Bernard, who were witnesses before the committee, people from my riding who came as witnesses and spoke about the causal connection between the elimination of wetlands and forestation, the causal connection between that and rising temperatures. The consequences take multiple forms. In major urban centers, there can be a degradation of air quality, and it makes it possible for mold and bacteria to reproduce more quickly than otherwise. So it's crucial, Mr. Speaker, to take action immediately. The health of Canadians is at stake. The health of our children, grandchildren, and seniors is also at stake. These are the most vulnerable populations. The Conservative government is washing its hands of this issue. They haven't done anything to increase awareness of this issue. Once again, they've left it up to the municipalities to fend for themselves. No action has been taken federally. We really need a strategy to deal with this problem. We in the NDP don't pass the buck to the municipalities and provinces and expect them to manage by fending for themselves. We want the government to concretely support cities and provinces in dealing with the issue of urban heat islands. We would work together with the provinces and municipalities in order to address the hottest of heat islands. This is a solution that requires cooperation, and we want the public to be better informed on this issue. The role of the federal government is to support organizations that are providing concrete solutions in order to mitigate the effects of heat islands. And this would contribute to improving Canadians' quality of life. The federal government has a duty to show some leadership and coordinate these efforts. And that's what we're proposing in the NDP, in part through this bill. Mr. Speaker, I already hear my colleagues opposite saying that this would be very costly and that this is all just nice talk. Mr. Speaker, according to the University of Sherbrooke study in 2013, the return on investing in reforestation is 5% higher than the cost of doing nothing. Taking these steps could help us reduce our energy consumption by 3 to 5%. And the savings in health and hospital stays would more than offset the cost of investing in this type of strategy. By way of conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that this bill put forward by the member for Honoré-Mercier is more than any previous Liberal or Conservative government has done. Canadians will be able to count on the leadership of an NDP government in 2015. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the debate on this bill so far, and I could not agree more with the position detailed a little bit earlier today by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Bill 579 is simply not the right approach for Canadians. Indeed, our government is already taking action to help Canadians adapt to changes in climate and mitigate health risks related to extreme heat. Our approach has been to recognize that urban communities across Canada have different priorities, characteristics and capacities to address local health issues related to a changing climate. I would like to focus my speech on our government's activities that have worked with other orders of government on this issue of extreme heat, rather than acceding to NDP calls for yet another national strategy. I intend to complement the picture painted by the Parliamentary Secretary and provide members of this House with further assurance that the government takes the protection of Canadians' health and the environment very seriously, but at the same time recognize the solution to every issue is not a new national strategy. The bill before us today would require the Minister of Health to consult the Minister of the Environment, provincial ministers responsible for health, and representatives of municipalities on the issue it speaks to. Within 90 days of the coming into force of the bill, the Minister of Health would also have to convene a national conference aimed at implementing a work plan designed to achieve the objectives of the strategy. Well, I have some news for the members of the NDP. Our government is already working with provincial and municipal governments and actively supporting initiatives aimed at addressing the effects of extreme heat. In fact, we work with different levels of government all of the time. Some of these initiatives are focused on reducing air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions, both of which can contribute extreme heat. But perhaps more importantly, Mr. Speaker, our government has recently announced that it will be stepping up its effort to conserve our environment. Indeed, the Prime Minister recently announced a national conservation plan that includes a long-term vision for conservation in Canada. New investments of $252 million over 5 years will be directed by the government to conserve Canada's lands and waters, enhance biodiversity, restore degraded ecosystems, protect recovering species, and promote Canadians' connection to nature. Our government has also committed to work toward the creation of a national urban park in the Toronto area. The Rouge Park is set to become Canada's first national urban park under the stewardship of Parks Canada. The creation of the park will also offer nearly 20% of the country's population the opportunity to connect with nature close to home. The government also promotes community green projects which help mitigate extreme heat. Environment Canada's Eco Action Community Funding Program has provided financial support to community-based nonprofit organizations for projects that will protect, rehabilitate, or enhance the natural environment. Indeed, since 2011, over 100 eco-action projects related to nature, clean air, clean water, and climate change have been put in place throughout the provinces and our territories. Some examples of projects funded under include the Tree Keepers Initiative, Mr. Speaker, which aims to increase the tree canopy in Vancouver, reducing energy use, providing habitat for species, and improving local air quality. Another will create a 400 square meter green roof and green walls in the Lachine area of Montreal. Eco Action also funds projects that promote the vegetation of empty lots, the installation of native shrubs and trees, and the use of alternative transportation. All of these projects speak to our government's commitment to the environment and reducing the effects of extreme heat. Health Canada also has a webinar series called Cool Communities, which is sharing the results and lessons learned from community-based initiatives with a national and international audience. Through this series, we are linking public health officials, landscape architects, planners, local, provincial, and federal government employees, and academics so they can share best practices. Since 2007, Mr. Speaker, our government has invested over $2 billion towards 1,400 green infrastructure projects across Canada through a number of targeted programs as part of Building Canada and Canada's Economic Action Plan. Mr. Speaker, the government's approach to the protection of biodiversity and promotion of green spaces in urban areas through initiatives such as the National Conservation Plan, the Rouge National Park, and Eco Action Funding Program has the merit of building on existing cooperative work with provinces and municipalities. In addition to urban conservation initiatives, our government is taking action to reduce air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions, both of which can contribute to urban heat island effects. Through the Clean Air Regulatory Agenda, our government is reducing greenhouse gas emissions and air pollutants that threaten the health of Canadians. They degrade the environment, contribute to smog, and adversely, ultimately, affect the economy. The government regulates smog-forming emissions from on-road vehicles, off-road compression ignition engines, such as those found in tractors, off-road spark ignition engines, such as those found in lawnmowers, off-road recreational vehicles, and marine spark ignition engines. In addition to air pollutant regulations, our government is also implementing a sector-by-sector regulatory approach by reducing greenhouse gas emissions in collaboration with provinces, territories, and stakeholders. In 2010, the government released regulations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from passenger cars and light trucks for model years 2011 to 2016. In 2012, Mr. Speaker, we introduced proposed amendments to also regulate model years 2017 and beyond. Last year, we produced regulations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from on-road heavy-duty vehicles such as buses and dump trucks. In 2012, our government also put in place regulations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the coal-fired electricity sector. With these regulations, Canada became the first major coal user to ban the construction of traditional coal-fired electricity generating units. Mr. Speaker, the facts are clear for all of us to see. Our government is already taking decisive action and working with provinces, territories, and municipalities to combat the effects of extreme heat and protect our environment. Only the NDP could view the concrete actions that the Parliamentary Secretary and I have referenced here today as insufficient, save for one thing, the branding of yet another, and I quote, national strategy. All that's missing from this legislation is a rehash of the NDP's commitment to impose a $21 billion carbon tax on Canadians. It's not enough for them, Mr. Speaker, that our government is working with communities in a respectful and constructive manner. Not at all. According to them, we need to raise taxes on Canadian families and roll out a national strategy after national strategy, and will be these grand socialist schemes that will save Canadians from every ill. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is not needed. It is not wanted, and it will do no more to protect our environment than our government is already doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. There are 8 minutes left for the member for Trois-Rivières. Only 8 minutes, Mr. Speaker. I take that as a bad bit of news with all due respect, and it's reduced time, but I'll do what I can with it. If there's one thing that consoles me, despite this bad news, is that as the president of the Quebec caucus, I had the opportunity to visit many regions of the province, and every time I was able to realize that in terms of the environment, the link of credibility that used to exist between, or that does exist rather, between the population and the NDP is a solid gain. And certainly without a direct link, the member for Outremont was, not such a long time ago, one of the best ministers of the environment that Quebec ever has had. So it's not surprising to see that most of the environmental measures that have been moved in this parliament have been tabled by NDP members, as the one we have this afternoon from my colleague from Honoré Mercier, which is asking for a national strategy. This is an expression we've heard very often in the last year, and if we've heard it so often, it's because we've never been so disorganized as we are in Canada, as we have been since the Conservatives have been in power. And I would say we are the last people, we are the butt of so many jokes among OECD countries because we are rarely models. We're always bringing up the rear. And in terms of the environment, this is particularly the case. And with urban heat islands, or at least in terms of dealing with these, it's also the case. So when we're talking about heat islands, as Camus was saying, and I'm sure you've read this, Mr. Speaker, he said to not call themselves by their proper names is to add insult to injury. So for those who are listening to us and who aren't aware of the reality we're talking about, heat islands are urban areas. In the country, they're not really present, you'll understand, but they're urban environments where the average temperature is higher than that in the surrounding areas. So it's a very simple definition, but it lets you see what we're talking about. There are two factors that contribute to the increase in the temperature. First of all, urban density, that is to say the number of people, people living per square kilometer in these areas. And this is a key factor because humans are at the very heart of this problem. So the report published by a Montreal entity talked about the negative impacts of these heat islands. On a hot day, mortality is 20% higher, not 0.2% or 2%, 20% higher among people who are living in heat islands. Now, that's not the only component of this problem. You can see that very often there'll be a lot of heat islands that might be found in the more disadvantaged areas of urban areas where people don't have access to air conditioning, and people or areas that might hold people who are more sensitive to the heat. For example, people who've already had heart problems, elderly people, and even there's a statistic that has to be taken into account, even though it's not the only indication of this problem. As time is flying here, please allow me to skip a few statistics that I found very interesting, but that might come back in the second hour of debate, to talk a little bit about my own riding, because Trois-Rivières is a city that has about 135,000 as a population, so it's not a huge metropolis, but it is a city that's had significant urban development, and that today has to deal with the problem of heat islands, but is working very hard on dealing with this. So my riding doesn't escape the effects of this, and temperatures can be 5 to 10 degrees warmer in a heat island than in the area around it. In the Mauricie, one group said that identification of the main heat islands in the region, I can tell you that 100 trees were planted in these heat islands on Boulevard des Récollets between La Forge and La Violette, so that probably doesn't mean anything to you, but the people listening to me know very well what I'm talking about. Also in the area between Salon-de-Jeu and Boulevard des Forges. So the city of Trois-Rivières intends to pass recommendations to make it more difficult for developers who want to just pave everything wall to wall. People think, oh, well, we'll just pave everything and it's great, but that time has come and gone. We're hoping for projects that will be green, but also sustainable, and things that are been studied more in depth rather than saying just plant a few trees and we have a green project. So in Trois-Rivières, we're making it harder for people to just pave everything in their urban planning projects. There is a Trois-Rivières Foundation that is working on making young people awareness of these problems in the urban area. And the goal of this is to make people of all ages aware of sustainable development and that they integrate that in their way of living. Furthermore, it can't all be done at a local level. Obviously, I applaud all of the measures that the Municipal Council has set in motion, but Health Canada has a role to play in the health of Canadians, and despite their efforts, community organizations, the municipalities and provinces don't have the necessary resources to fight against the propagation of these heat islands. And this is where the bill, oh, you're not serious, are you? 1 minute? Okay. This is where you can see that my colleague's bill is so important. It will be even more difficult because by 2051, the percentage rather of people who will be 65 or over will increase greatly, and that makes the passing of such a bill even more important, because by the time between passing such legislation and implementing all these measures on the front lines will take some time. So I will conclude because I think you've already told me that I had a minute some seconds ago. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill represents a way out of the suffocating smog that we have in urban areas, and it is really urgent that we study this at committee because public health doesn't recognize partisan limits. Thank you very much. The time provided for government orders is now expired, or private member's business rather, and this will now be put to the bottom of the order of precedence.
16, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.